so long ago.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips, and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is, and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther, and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies. The golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split, and the and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Worlde decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the East Gates, another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine. Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate, the primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens, electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts, of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our end times decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? You want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6 foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52 room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. the toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realise they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, Scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the crossplate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. The study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So, what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolide Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus, they explore new regions of the nucleus chart, and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low-energy science to a high-energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolide takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So, I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So, then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when two earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPD is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiralling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the red shift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by series. This is real world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Coolbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by Dev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiralling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using the right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and Mali. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sunrise. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitized by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiraling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated, using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place, the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cones' angles are related to each part of the process, and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiralling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere. We have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start, after a little while, to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centred. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiralling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
music playing loud, no distraction. Together we have bound. Let me show you all the glamour and gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Singing, and they're calling out for more. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Forget your sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow, let's start living for today. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Give me music lights. Sequins and pearls.
Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky?
The frequency of a light wave is how many waves move past a certain point during a set amount of time. Usually 1 second is used. Frequency is generally measured in hertz, which are units of cycles per second. Colour is the frequency of visible light, and it ranges from 430 trillion hertz, which is red, to 750 trillion hertz, which is violet. Waves can also go beyond and below these frequency, but they are not visible to the human eye. For instance, radio waves are less than 1 billion hertz. Gamma rays are more than 3 billion Hz. Wave frequency is related to wave energy. Since all the waves really are is travelling energy, the more energy in a wave, the higher its frequency. The lower the frequency is, the less energy in the wave. Gamma rays are very high energy and radio waves are very low energy. When it comes to light waves, violet is the highest energy colour and red is the lowest energy colour. Related to the energy and frequency is the wavelength, or the distance between corresponding points on subsequent waves. You can measure wavelength from peak to peak or from trough to trough. Shorter waves move faster and have more energy, and longer waves travel more slowly and have less energy. Aside from the different frequencies and lengths of light waves, they also have different speeds. In a vacuum, light waves move their fastest at 186,000 miles per second. This is also the fastest that anything in the universe moves, but when light waves move through air, water or glass, they slow down. That's also when they bend and refract. So what do sound and light have in common? Sound and light both exhibit oscillatory wave-like characteristics with various frequencies, wavelengths and amplitudes. The sense intensity is dependent on the amplitude of the wave. Both exhibit Doppler shift towards higher frequencies when the source of the wave is approaching us. Both undergo refraction, diffraction and interference. Walter Russell stated that waves of light do not propagate but reproduce each other from a wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature which bound all wave fields act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as travelling, which is pure illusion. All motion is curved, and curvature is spiral. As human beings, we are good at translating vibration. Your body is a vessel that contains frequencies which can be perceived as sound or vibration. To understand vibration, a scientist named Ernst Chowdy put sand on a metal plate and vibrated the plate with a violin bow. The sand arranged into different geometric patterns. Many of these patterns can also be found in nature, such as on the back of a tortoise or on a leopard. When a similar study took place in water with sine waves, the higher the frequency gets, the more complex patterns that appear, like the divine pattern of a sunflower. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Water, as we know, is a highly transformable substance. It makes up a significant portion of human, animal and earth, yet it can absorb and receive energy. As Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments on the water show us, water reacts and turns to different patterns that look highly related to various human feelings. Words like love or gratitude attract the most pleasing physical molecular formations in the water other than the words hate or disgust. The finding of cymatics also shows the scientific connection between humans and water. Moreover, just like when you turn to a radio station, your energy tunes into the same vibration and attracts the same information to your reality. As Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found, if you place two clocks close to each other and have their pendulum swing to a different rate, the pendulum will end up swinging at the same rate. Because we live in an energetic field, your energy output will attract the same reality to you. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Have you ever noticed how large flocks of birds resemble harmonograph patterns? It is as if every member of the flock are tuned into the same frequency and therefore easily fly, maintaining certain patterns naturally without having to watch and pay attention to the other members for cues on how or when to move. Walter Russell said, "The trouble with humans is in forming wrong conclusions in relation to nature's expressions. We think that elements are different substances and that each substance is permanently existent as such. That is not true. Elements are but different conditions of light pressures. They are the raw materials for fashioning of creation's images in the patterns controlled by light waves. They appear when the pressures necessary for their conditions appear and disappear when those pressure conditions cease. Every element in each octave occupies its own pressure position in its wave. Each element seems to be a different substance as the electric pressure conditions of each position in each wave of matter changes. However, it is not the substance that changes, it is the condition of the substance. Voidance and recreation is one of the simplest and most obvious principles of nature. I cannot imagine how it has escaped discovery during the centuries. The universe is a symphony of vibrating strings, as all objects have a natural frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate, including the weather.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. And breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon and a brand new sun. So follow the sun, the direction of the bird, the direction of love. And breathe in the air. Cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight, when you feel this crazy society adding to the strain, take a stroll to the nearest water's edge, remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long, long before you came. So which way is the wind blowing? What does your heart say? What does your heart say? So follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done.
Now we will decode the pyramids. We will take a little tour inside and look at the design and decode it using knowledge already gained. First, I want you to take notice of the shape of the Grand Gallery. Notice how the sides taper upwards, narrowing as it ascends. Where have you seen this before? That is correct, in Walter Russell's work, where his motor divided and multiplied the sex pairs, the positives and the negatives. So what the Grand Gallery is doing is channeling energy towards the King's Chamber. Now we will take a look at the Queen's Chamber. Again, we find a channeling of energy. Someone else noticed this. I found this image on redpill.com. Do take a look at their website. So we have the King and Queen chambers directing electrical energy into two rooms. So let's take a further look at these rooms and what is therein. First, you notice the star shafts, as they are called. Please take note of their angles. The King's shaft's angles are 32 degrees 28 for the northern star shaft and 45 degrees for the southern star shaft. The Queen's Chamber star shaft angles are 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. Also take note of the shape of the cones they both create. So using the angle of the cones and the previous knowledge decoded from our cones' angles, we can easily see they are both involved in harnessing matter from our digital chart. Pretty amazing, isn't it? These chambers are, or were, involved in harnessing electrical energies and producing elements from the Walter Russell chart. The shafts are also made of granite, which of course is conductive. These are very specific angles of cone for a very specific purpose, as you can see. This is another APM research decode. Brian Forster gave me permission to use some of his clips where he was inside the Giza pyramid and also the Osiris shaft, and reporting on what looks like a black substance. Listen to Brian in these clips and see this for yourself.
And as well, one can't help but be in awe of the interior of the Great Pyramid. This is ascending into the Grand Gallery. And here we have the sheer scale and beautiful workmanship of the Grand Gallery. You can see the faceted surfaces. The Grand Gallery is hundreds of feet long, and it's an ominous and awesome experience to be inside the Great Pyramid. Our tour in March of 2020 will rent the interior of the Great Pyramid exclusively for our tour for 2 hours, which is what we do every time we go to the Giza Plateau. We will also be once again exploring the Osiris Shaft. So if you'd like to join our tour in March of 2020, the space is very limited, as in spaces. Now we're going to go into the King's Chamber itself. You have to bend over quite a lot. And once you're inside, you see that the walls and the floor are solid, very thick blocks of Aswan granite. And you can see very tightly fitting together. And this is the wall. Once again, the beautiful Aswan granite brought from more than 500 miles away. And now we're descending, once again through the Grand Gallery, of course. You can see that the ceiling is at least 20 feet tall from the ramp at the bottom to the top. This is solid limestone, perfectly fitting blocks. And now we're going to enter the Queen's Chamber, quote unquote. The labels Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber are false, because this, of course, and hopefully I'll never have to say it again, the Great Pyramid was not the tomb for anybody. It was a giant energetic device. So once again, beautifully polished limestone surfaces, super tight fitting. And now we are inside the quote-unquote Queen's Chamber. You can see that the ceiling is beveled. The giant limestone blocks fit perfectly together. The acoustics are actually very poor in the Queen's Chamber as compared to the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber's acoustics are phenomenal because of the presence of all of that granite. Limestone tends to absorb sound. And here you can see the top of the ceiling. And then this curious series of notches that in fact hide the opening to other internal areas, most likely of the Great Pyramid.
Getting ready to go down into the next level, but of course, because of the nature of the space, only a certain number could go down at a time. But this is looking down into what is the next level of the Osiris shaft. Again, cut into the bedrock. This could not have been done with hand tools during the dynastic period, with bronze chisels, etc. So now we're down in the next level and looking up to the level above, which was the small room. You can see the ladder on the right is very rickety, but a newer one was installed, which is on the left-hand side, and it is quite a safe experience to go down. And now looking into this room, there are 6 niches, and in 2 of the niches are large stone boxes. You can see the tool marks here in the wall. The lighting isn't that great, so flashlights, of course, were required. And then, again, this is one of these stone boxes you can see on the left. Very mysterious. This is moving into one of the niches. Again, 4 of them are empty. What has happened to the actual boxes, excuse me, if they were even in there, is unknown. But now we're going to focus on this, which is one of the boxes that has this very mysterious goo-like organic material on the surface and also inside. Next time we go in, I would like to actually take a sample in order to find out what that material is. It doesn't appear to simply be fire or smoke, because there's very little smoke on the ceiling. It seems as though something happened to whatever or whoever was inside the box, like an explosion of some kind. And then this is the other box, which is more roughly shaped, and inside, mysterious massive damage, again as if the interior of the box exploded. Very strange. This isn't simply tomb robbers going in and trying to extract material from the interior. There's some kind of chemical process went in here which is very weird. So again, looking up the ceiling, there are bits of splat, but not what I would call smoke or carbon material from a flame. Some other kind of strange phenomenon occurred here. And this box, supposedly the material is not granite, it's not basalt, it's not syenite, it's not diorite. It's a stone that is not found in Egypt. So weighing in at a minimum of 30 tons, where did this stone come from? How was it shaped? And how was it brought down the shaft system into this niche? Here again you can see the tool marks, very similar, almost scraping like tool marks. And then we're looking down into what will be the actual bottom level of the Osiris shaft. This is Yusuf Awiyan, who was one of our guides. The water that he's in is crystal clear, and he's standing on top of another giant box that's submerged underwater. So we are presently 200 feet minimum underground in the Osiris shaft. And there is underground water, of course, at Giza, but this water is crystal clear. So where exactly did it come from, and was it intended that this water be in there and be part of whatever process this structure originally performed? Because they call it a symbolic tomb, which is a really cheap way of saying we don't understand what this was made for, who made it, and when it was made. It's clearly megalithic, and thus it's likely at least 12,000 years old, and was found by the dynastic Egyptians. They did not construct this, because this possibly could be beyond 21st century technology that was involved, which we see also at other places in ancient Egypt. The clear signs of lost ancient high technology that was present long before the time of the pharaonic people.
If you don't know who Brian is or haven't visited his channel yet, I recommend you go there immediately. Brian does tours all over the realm and makes fantastic videos from many great places. You will not be disappointed, and he can even take you there on his tours should you wish to go to some of these amazing places and get first-hand information, also including exclusive visits to places not normally open to the public. Okay, so knowing the angles of the cones, we can add a protractor and see where on Walter Russell's chart the cones are designed to operate within. We will do the King's angles first, so that's 45 degrees south and 32 degrees 28 north. And the Queen's angles are 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. This places the cones in this region. If magnetic declination is a consideration, which I think it is, it gives us this configuration. You can see now what was being produced within the King's and Queen's chambers by simply using this chart. Amazing stuff, isn't it, people? So my decode of the pyramids is that they are designed to harness energies from the passing cones of various luminaries that pass by, or angel technology that permanently resides below the pyramids. Remember, the six-winged sarcophagi of Tutankhamun? This represents a sealed room below the location it was found. If you remember from scriptures, they were made very ornate, cast in gold, and even jewels were added. This is one of those sarcophagi, and it represents a sealed room below. One of the 144,000 sealed below, to be precise. Remember, scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. The six wings represent three cones, which obviously relate to their three modes of operation, which will produce different angles of cone as you've seen in the Walter Russell image decode. A left-hand rule cone, a right-hand rule cone, and of course ecliptic expansion, where the cone is virtually horizontal and running at its slowest speed. Isn't that amazing, people? Everything is falling back into its original context and making more sense. The King and Queen chambers represent the positives and negatives of electromagnetism, and Brian rightly stated that they are not the burial chambers of people, and it is in fact a giant energetic device. So a brilliant deduction and decode by Brian, and now more information from APM research that can shed more light on the subject. To reiterate, this pyramid with these angles of cones are operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. This is involved in creating matter in the carbon line. This can include gold, silver, zinc, copper, and of course others. This is a very large electrochemical process. All ancient sites can be decoded using the APM digital Walter Russell chart to reveal the angles of the angels' cones by simply seeing what is being mined in those areas. It's as simple as that, people. They are either harvesting the energies to produce their own materials and or mining and or creating any of the materials on this chart. Once you find the right angles for your magnetic declination, it is a simple case of figuring out which part of the APM digital chart applies to that location. Then simply setting the angles of your cones and build and harvest accordingly. This is obviously not to the correct scale, but will serve its purpose to demonstrate how the pyramids and associated sites would play multi-part roles in harvesting and utilising the spiralling energy waves of electromagnetism across many sites. These installations can be found all over the realm. Today's man-made sites may look a lot more modern, but they are all still doing the same processes. Sites being mined that don't have large structures nearby are more than likely areas that are in a state of dormancy, awaiting their turn to come online and do their intended roles. There is no such thing as an extinct volcano, it's just waiting for its time to come online and do its role. Do you remember the Mexican pyramid they found amounts of mercury below? Hopefully you can see now how this is easily achieved. I'm going to pass you over to Jason now for some serious science and numbers Jason decoded whilst working on this project.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now, a quick look into more of Walter Russell's experiments reveal he was indeed working on electrochemistry and using voltages and equipment called the transmuter that had adjustable angles which caused a spike in various gases it was tested upon, as reported in Fulcrum, the science newsletter of the University of Science and Philosophy. I'll leave a link in the comments where you can download these PDFs. The Fulcrum newsletter is definitely going to be on your wants list. If you read through this newsletter, you will see they repeated the Walter Russell experiment and used the angles required for fluorine, and when it tested, it indeed showed a spike in their fluorine sample. I highly recommend these PDF files of the Fulcrum newsletter to add to your collection in your quest for science and knowledge. They contain some extremely useful information for those seeking more explanations and answers, and will give you a breakdown of the equipment that was used should you wish to look into building your own devices for experimenting in this field of research. Now I'm sure most of you have seen Roy, YouTube name Vinnie St. Vincent, and we have featured a lot of Roy's work in APM research videos. Roy is a guy that conducts his own research and experiments with various methods of approach and focusing on ways to try and conduct free energy. He builds his own test rigs and will happily explain everything to you and break down what is taking place. We have been liaising with Roy and passing on information that we think would help further his research and experiments, from knowledge gained from our own research and decodings, mainly related to expansion and compression, and helping Roy understand more of what Walter Russell's work is actually explaining to the viewer. From this information, Roy built a mechanical device of which he is going to be testing, explaining, and giving you the data he can extract from its operation. Roy has also taken it a step further, being the creative guy he is, and built another model based on what this information and design is showing him. Roy will also be running tests on this new model and recording the data, and ultimately share it with you, the people. Roy will do his best to take you through all of the processes in nature that the greatest minds of modern times have shared and help you understand what they relate to in nature, and help you understand the processes taking place within his model. And he will show you the empirical data as and when he has recorded it. I'll leave a link to Roy's channel so you can go and browse his extensive video collection and of course keep up to date with current experiments.
What's up, my fellow YouTubers? This is Roy back again. And Mr. Vincenzo over here. Say hi. Doing his rounds. Protect the dad. So I've been working hard on this. I'm not going to run it right now. I'm still in the midst of aligning all this stuff up. North poles. You'll find this very interesting. North poles facing out. And then when you get into the inside, it's all south. And basically what I have set up here is the top is, even though it's screwed, I had to screw it, but it's floating because the two magnets in the center here are south and south. And the magnets are so strong, it's holding up the wheel, but the wheel wants to tilt over. So I try to create a box just to slide the top in and let it hover on top. And basically it is, but it wants a kick to the side. So I had to throw a screw in there on each side. But it's pretty interesting. Counter rotating. I could have these run simultaneously the same direction or a counter. So this is going to be a good run of experiments. And you can see that a lot of induction on that top one there. The bottom one, a little less induction. And I'll have controls here on these variable resistors. Two separate coils, bifilers, two separate transistor systems, two separate variable resistors. Stay tuned. This is going to be pretty cool. Hello, my fellow YouTubers. This is Roy back again.
time into. And when you come to clean your face, I'll see you smiling through. Hold my hand, hold my hand. Let me take you back to Wonderland. I will take you back to Wonderland. Are your eyes so damn certain that they can't see love? And your heart so full of locks and keys that it can't open up.
You guys leave your comments. I'll post the video up on Big Juicy over here. Do I need to give you a little taste? You guys want a little taste? You guys don't want a little taste, do you? Do I have it all hooked up? I don't know. Hell no. Stop falling apart here. You guys want a little taste, don't you? So this is sick psychotic shit here, because I put 15,000 volts in here, and basically I put the primary down the bottom, so it becomes two pickups right here. I'm not putting DC into both of those, but you're going to see a positive come out of here, because this wire is the top part of this cone. This wire is the base of this cone, and then this wire coming out is the base of this cone, but this wire that I have sitting here is the pointed part of the cone that's inside here, which is the positive. So you got a negative going to ground, you got a positive here, you got a positive there, you got a negative here, and then these 360 turns of coils in between the two pickups here are also dipoles and also have juice on them. Let's see, I need to shake up my bottles a little bit. Saltwater baths and in oil. These guys here, they're pretty loyal. They are a loyal bunch. They love it. Mix up some juice over here. All right. Now, damn, I can't believe I'm doing this. Fire hole. in zone. Love the breathe. It's fresh air. Ionized. Leave your comments, guys. Peace out.
Let's check out these lava tubes. Take a very good look at the design of these tubes as I take you through this. While in the tube, science says lava temps at 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. When we think of lava tubes, we don't think of something that appears constructed. We especially don't think of something completely cleared with grooves of some sort along the sides, as I'm showing here. Science says the tubes have grooves due to the levels of former flows. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because wouldn't a flow of 2200 degrees Fahrenheit melt the former groove? A little bonus information regarding lava. As we all know, lava is a thick red flow. But did you know there is blue lava? In Indonesia, there is a volcano called Kawah Ijen in East Java that ejects blue lava. Science says it's due to incredibly high sulfur content. It is one of the most unusual volcanoes in the world. Its underground activities result in bright blue flames rising into the air as well. The people that live there call it Blue Volcano and describe it as electric blue fire. This one here is especially interesting. What an odd formation for a flow moving at 19 miles per hour. If you study it carefully, you will notice what we did. From an APM perspective, this narrowing that widens into this chamber is basically a venturi, which, as we know, is a form of compression and expansion, which is designed to keep it flowing, which of course is part of the cleaning cycle. In other words, it has been intentionally designed to handle this process. So, let's sum up the blue lava. Now that we understand the process a bit better, we can relate it to Walter Russell's chart with the cones and angles that are needed to produce these elements. The results of the blue lava indicate that emissions of Kawah Ijen are dominated by acid water outflows, especially for the ligands chloride, fluoride, bromine, with active fumaroles contributing significant semi-metals, selenium, arsenic, antimony, mercury, as well as carbon and sulfur. As we look at the Walter Russell chart, we can see the elements being produced using the angular layout. Sulfur being the largest for this particular area, causing the very, very rare blue lava seen in this one volcano in the world. As we know, specific angles produce specific elements. Now, as I cannot elaborate yet the way I'd like to with chemistry, we can see the different angles of the cones making the different elements that have been identified in this particular volcano. The largest set sitting at 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south. All of the elements produced are of the female domain, as well as all in the magnetic property domain. It must be a mixing of these particular elements being mixed at these specific quantities, and then mixing with oxygen that make the blue lava. This is creation before your very eyes. This is the angels creating as they have been designed to do. This is one of the many functions and roles they perform. I hope this helps you see and understand the creation process itself and the alchemy of the machine. The spiral was an ancient symbol throughout the world, attempting to explain to us the workings of the angels and nature. Just a reminder from Walter Russell's work, All Motion is Spiral. We're going to show you what is sacred about the spiral today. Here is a clip I took from this video off Weather Decoded channel to highlight what is occurring. Let's check out some weather patterns. Notice how they appear to switch on and off. I want you to pay close attention to the spiral patterns that are clearly generated locally. What you are seeing here are the angels coming online to create the current that generates the wind and creates all we call weather. You will see the weather patterns as the storms move west to east across the United States. Notice how the storms arrive in different areas and display their spiraling vortex motion. This is a very obvious signature of our angel technologies. As the electric current is passed through the spiral conductor, it is generating a magnetic field. These are the field lines moving and not our planet, as Roy demonstrates here.
Now we're talking about an advanced linky here. All right, guys? Advanced. Now, if you were to take an axle and throw it through the center, we're going to show not the earth turning, but we're going to show the field turning around the earth. Now, one thing I want you guys to see here is you're going to be looking at the curvature in the center. This is the center of the planet. You're going to be looking at the curvature, and you're going to be looking at the magnetic field coming out from the curvature, coming around through the center. So the magnetic field is spinning is what we're talking about here. Now I want you to look, because you're going to be looking at when I do this, what you're going to see is a field moving out from here, around, back around again. And then you're going to see a field coming out from this end and coming back around. It's a sine wave, guys. Look in the center. It's creating a sine wave. And also in the outside part. This is the field lines on the surface. on top of the surface. You can see the energy, you can see the movement where it comes out, goes around, comes back out and goes around and moves, it comes within itself. So it got me thinking. Yes, you could look at it like that this is the energy inside the magnet. The material, like Ed says, the material of the magnet is not the substance. I'm showing you guys now the substance, on how the substance moves. You see that? You can see that it moves in and outward. And it's angular too. Now think about this. The planet sits on an angle and it moves in a cycle of a rotation like this. Now, is the planet turning? No. It's the field turning. And I didn't even know about what you guys were talking about earlier until I realized this experiment. This experiment showed me that the field lines around the planet. Now, does the center turn? Yes. The center is a hollow. The field is turning. This experiment showed me something tonight I had to post to you guys. And I know nothing about flat Earth. I know nothing of the Earth just standing still. But in the big picture, to compress everything together, it would be flat.
The weather and clouds are not only being created, but are reacting to the electromagnetics as well. Here are some beautiful examples of this process that you should all be familiar with, and now you have the cause of these effects. This is also what's occurring with hurricanes. It's being manipulated by the electromagnetics, as well as cyclones. Just as spirals are found all over weather patterns, they are also found all over nature itself. We see in oceanic life as sea creatures get caught up in the spiral vortex here in the fish NATO, and with this colony of salps. We can see it in plants such as this aloe plant and this leafy cup coral. We also see it in pine cones, in animals such as this chameleon's tail or the snail's shell, as well as the sliced snail shell exposing the inside of the shell. Also, spiders web their homes into the spiral formation. Our own DNA strands show us the perfection and beauty of the spiral. We also can look up to the heavens and see the spiral in galaxies, as we can see in this clip here. So, I hope you can see how special this spiral really is today, and how this vortex of energy creates and affects all of our world. This is one more way we can see the angels at work, performing their given tasks. Remember, there are 144,000 of these at work in our realm.
The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the anti-Caperian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens, and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a seraphim's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the 2 lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always 2 lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, 2 sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them. When you see these sundogs, you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture Seraphim's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them, they're just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the Moon. Notice in this clip, the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeon, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground. These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Eyes to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these Seraphim from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our end times decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky people, you will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies people.
Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
While we're on the subject of cones, you can see now why they are depicted everywhere, and what it is that is very special about them. This one is outside the Vatican. This is a Sumerian depiction. Notice the cones and the angel's wings. The wings represent the angle of the cones. Here is an amazing chandelier. Again, see the cone it represents. It represents the torus field. And even your cone-shaped Christmas tree, with its light or angel on the top that actually represents the creation of light. Doesn't this make your Christmas tree that little bit more special, people? Your hands when you pray. This is a reminder of what the cones represent, and you are giving praise for creation. This is what it truly represents, the cone's apices meeting and creating. All of what we have shown you details the creation process in its entirety. This is the true nature of our realm, people of the world. Please tell me you see this and understand what it all means. Now, considering the nature of our research and what it reveals, and with current world events, I thought it would be a good time for the team to speak their minds, so you, the people, can hear our thoughts. Unknown to you, I have had to warn everyone that comes on board with this team that there will be an element of danger with this type of research. No exceptions. It would be foolish to think otherwise, and the people hiding this are not here to play games. I take this very seriously, and working on this comes with personal sacrifices. For the most part, we try to remain anonymous, and I try to make sure the team members get as much privacy as they can. This is a reason why we keep this a small team and why we keep to ourselves for the most part. You will not find us on live streams in front of a camera. We are not what you would call public speakers, but we do hold private hangouts with people that are genuinely interested in our research, which I'm sure you will agree is the most advanced research and decodings the world has ever seen. This is not ego talking. This is the confidence in our research, decodings and conclusions, which we can and do cross-reference in many areas, to get the results to make this map and model work with real-world data, scriptures, history and many other topics, of which there are too many to list right now. Each and every one of you have the right to know this knowledge about our true world, to understand its workings and to see the glory. With this knowledge comes the freedom of humanity. We should be working together and helping each other. We should all be taught this in our schools. When people lie about the shape of our world, there is a very serious reason they would do this. Our research shows you that very reason. This is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent creator. The question becomes, how far would they go to keep it a secret? Look around and see the attempts to dumb humanity down, harming our children physically and mentally, installing harmful radiating devices everywhere that should never be anywhere near a living being. Only a type of world communism works for them, for then they have the ultimate power over all of your rights. How did we let ourselves get into this position, people? Wake up and see them for what they are, the enemy of every living species in their attempts to hide what they have done, hidden, privatized and monetized the Creator's glory. If ever there was a time for the good people left in the world to step forward and make a difference, that time is now. You all have a duty of care to your fellow human beings and to every living species that exists, or forever shall it be on your conscience.
To the people of the world, we are in a dangerous time in our world. Our minds, bodies, and souls are being poisoned by a reality created to enslave us. The leaders at the top control this physical realm to the fullest, and we, the many, are enslaved to the few. They keep our bodies weak and ill with the foods we eat and the air we breathe. They poison our children before they can even walk or talk with vaccines. They push poverty upon us while they live off our energies and our very lives of slaving away to pay for the things that should be free. They keep the vibrations of our souls low by brainwashing us every day with the poisons of TV and radio and corporate goods, and the stealing of the Creator-given energy and changing it into an unharmonious level for us to feel hopelessness and demise. We live in a world with more hate than love and neon gods that blind us to our Creator's true glory. We live with too much static sound to hear the simple songs of nature. It is truly time to take our stand and fight back against the agenda. We have come to a point that we, the many, need to wake up and join together against the dangers we face. Since we have continued to allow this monstrosity to consume us, we are the fallen, and they have continued to lie and still this realm for as long as they have known the truths, repeatedly through history. With the knowledge APM is bringing to surface, we can begin to understand our world as a glorious perfection made for us, and can supply us with all of our needs. We can unearth the truths of our histories and achieve a true freedom that mankind has not had for a very long time. Understand your world, know yourself, and share the truths.
All my life, I've been told what I can only describe as being lies. I often wondered why. Was it to keep me from understanding how the world works? Or was everyone who came before utterly stupid? Only one of those answers makes any sense, because obviously not everyone has been stupid. It's no secret that there are people out there who have gained power and wealth, and it would be foolish to believe they haven't stacked the deck against us to keep us from achieving the same. Research has shown that in ancient times, people understood how our realm works. It's written in stone on every continent. Yet we are told our ancestors carved those with rudimentary tools and had no contact with each other. We are told the carvings were the work of primitive tribes, scribbling for entertainment purposes or some vague ritual purpose. However, all these carvings and stories are surprisingly similar. Same characters, same events, same stories, with slight changes in the narratives. We have decoded many of these, and they point to a depiction of our realm and an understanding of how it all works. I severely doubt we are the only ones who have found this. We are coming up on a new age. The ancient accounts indicate this will be an age of enlightenment, and that we will have to go back to what they called the original teachings if we wish to prosper. What we have found is that these original teachings were about how this world works and what it is. It's time we knew this as a people, not just a select few bent on power and greed. This realm belongs to all of us. We are all equal, and yes, that includes you.
This is APM Research. You are the enlightened.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, Heaven and Hell. Today, we would like to take you on an exciting journey up to the heavens and straight down to hell. This should give you a better understanding of the connection these two are playing in our material world. Are you ready? Good. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. What we have here are two constellation maps. One is with an incorrect Mercator map projection, which is here. This layout would be just like viewing a map, but with this one, the images are all chopped up to portray going around the globe, with the idea that Alaska and Russia are right next to each other. As it has been pointed out in the past, this is not what our world is, and we at APM have proven this through flight routes, as well as ship cruises. The international dateline is the area they have cut off to hide the gates and what is beyond. The international dateline is faked to support the globe model, the ring of fire projection, and the misinterpreted aurora borealis projection. A big thanks to FPV for cutting and correcting the sky projection map of the constellations, as well as these others from the past. So as a little bonus, let's look at some of the previous corrections that we have made. The ring of fire, the aurora borealis, and the CIA map of safe zones. Now, here's the corrected version of the constellations that we see in the heavens. Notice how all the constellations are intact as one character instead of chopped in half. Also, how the land masses align correctly in the north and the south. Also, looking at the two sine waves, notice how they flip completely opposite to one another, yet they still work to create the sine wave. Now, we are going to travel to the heavens and show how all this works. Aquarius is a constellation of the zodiac. Its name is Latin for water carrier or cup carrier. Aquarius is one of the oldest of the recognized constellations along the zodiac, which is the sun's path. It is found in a region often called the sea due to its profusion of constellations with watery associations. There you will find Cetus the well, Eridanus the river. Aquarius is identified as the Great One in Babylonian star catalogs and represents the god Ah himself, who is commonly depicted holding an overflowing vase. The Babylonian star figure appears with entitlement stones and cylinder seals from the second millennium. It contained the winter solstice in the early Bronze Age. In Old Babylonian astronomy, Ah was the ruler of the southernmost quarter of the sun's path, the way of Ah, corresponding to the period of 45 days on either side of the winter solstice. Aquarius was also associated with the destructive floods that the Babylonians regularly experienced. In Greek mythology, Aquarius is sometimes associated with Deus Leon, the son of Prometheus, who built a ship with his wife Pyrrha to survive an imminent flood. They sailed for 9 days before washing ashore on Mount Parnassus. Aquarius is also sometimes identified with the beautiful Ganymede, a youth in Greek mythology and the son of the Trojan king Tros, who was taken to Mount Olympus by Zeus to act as a cup carrier to the gods. Yet another figure associated with the water bearer is Cecropes, a king of Athens who sacrificed water instead of wine to the gods. There are 3 major meteor showers with radiance that come from Aquarius. The Eta Aquarids, which is between April 21st and May 12th. This one is seen coming from the water jug. The Delta Aquarids, which peak once on July 29th and again on August 6th. And the Iota Aquarids, which also peaks on August 6th. Capricornus. Its name is Latin for the horn goat, or the goat horn, or having horns like a goat, and it is commonly represented in the form of a sea goat. This is a mythical creature that is half goat, half fish. This constellation is also located in the area of the sky called the Sea. It is the smallest constellation in the zodiac. The constellation was first attested in depictions on a cylinder seal from around the 21st century BCE. It was explicitly recorded in the Babylonian star catalogs before 1000 BCE. In the early Bronze Age, the winter solstice occurred in the constellation. But due to the precession of the equinoxes, the December solstice now takes place in the constellation Sagittarius. The Sun is now in the constellation Capricorn from late January through mid-February. Although the solstice during the Northern Hemisphere's winter no longer takes place while the Sun is in the constellation Capricornus, as it did until 130 BCE, the astrological sign called Capricorn is still used to denote the position of the solstice, and the latitude of the Sun's most southerly position continues to be called the Tropic of Capricorn, a term which also applies to the line on the Earth at which the Sun is directly overhead at local noon on the day of the December solstice. Despite its faintness, the constellation Capricornus has one of the oldest mythological associations, having been consistently represented as a hybrid of a goat and a fish since the Middle Bronze Age, when the Babylonians used Mulsuhermas, the goatfish, as a symbol of their god Ah. In Greek mythology, the constellation is sometimes identified as Amathia, the goat that suckled the infant Zeus after his mother Rhea saved him from being devoured by his father Kronos. Sagittarius. Its name is Latin for the archer and is commonly represented as a centaur pulling back a bow. The Babylonians identified Sagittarius as the god Nergal, a strange centaur-like creature firing an arrow from a bow. In Greek mythology, Sagittarius is usually identified as a centaur, half human, half horse. However, perhaps due to the Greeks' adoption of the Sumerian constellation, some confusion surrounds the identity of the archer. Some identify Sagittarius as the centaur Chiron, the son of Philyra and Kronos, who is said to have changed himself into a horse to escape his jealous wife Rhea, and tutor to Jason. As there are 2 centaurs in the sky, Some identify Chiron with the other constellation known as Centaurus. Or, as an alternative tradition holds, that Chiron devised the constellations Sagittarius and Centaurus to help guide the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece. A competing mythological tradition, as espoused by Eratosthenes, identified the archer not as a centaur, but as the satyr Crotus, son of Pan, who Greeks credited with the invention of archery. According to myth, Crotus often went hunting on horseback and lived among the Muses, who requested that Zeus place him in the sky, where he is seen demonstrating archery. The arrow of the constellation points towards the star Antares, the heart of the scorpion, and Sagittarius stands poised to attack should Scorpius ever attack the nearby Hercules, or to avenge Scorpius's slaying of Orion. Scorpius. Its name is Latin for scorpion. It is a large constellation located in the southern hemisphere near the center of the Milky Way. It is written that Orion boasted to goddess Artemis and her mother Leto that he would kill every animal on earth. Although Artemis was known to be a hunter herself, she offered protection to all the creatures. Artemis and her mother Leto sent a scorpion to deal with Orion. The pair battled, and the scorpion killed Orion. However, the contest was apparently a lively one that caught the attention of the king of the gods, Zeus, who later raised the scorpion to heaven at the request of Artemis. So every winter, Orion hunts in the sky, but every summer he flees as the constellation of Scorpion comes. In another Greek story involving Scorpio without Orion, Phaeton, whom is the mortal male offspring of Helios, went to his father, who had earlier sworn by the river Styx to give Phaeton anything he should ask for. Phaeton wanted to drive his father's sun chariot for a day. Although Helios tried to dissuade his son, Phaeton was adamant. However, when the day arrived, Phaeton panicked and lost control of the white horses that drew the chariot. First, the earth grew chill as Phaeton flew too high and encountered the celestial scorpion. Its deadly sting raised a strike. Alarmed, he dipped the chariot too close, causing all the vegetation to burn. By accident, Phaeton turned most of Africa into a desert and darkened the skin of the Ethiopian nation. Eventually, Zeus was forced to intervene by striking the runaway chariot and Phaeton with a lightning bolt to put an end to its rampage, and Phaeton plunged into the river Eridanos. The Babylonians called this constellation Mul-Gurtab, the scorpion. The signs can literally read as the creature with a burning sting. In some old descriptions, the constellation Libra was treated as the scorpion's claws. Libra was known as the claws of Scorpion in the Babylonian times. The Western astrological sign Scorpio differs from the astronomical constellation. Astronomically, the Sun is in Scorpius for only 6 days, from November 23rd to November 28th. Scorpius corresponds to the Hindu nakshatras Anuradha, Yeshtha, and Mula. Libra. Its name is Latin for weighing scales. Libra was known in Babylonian astronomy as Mul Zibanu, the scales or balance, as alternatively as the claws of Scorpion. The scales were held sacred to the sun god Shamash, who was also the patron of truth and justice. It was also seen as the scorpion's claws in ancient Greece. In Arabic, Zubana means scorpion's claws, and likely, similarly in other Semitic languages, this resemblance of words may be why the scorpion's claws became the scales. It has also been suggested that the scales are an allusion to the fact that when the sun entered this part of the ecliptic at the autumnal equinox, the days and nights are equal. Libra's status as the location of the equinox earned the equinox the name first point of Libra, though this location ceased to coincide with the constellation in 730 AD because of the precession of the equinoxes. In ancient Egypt, the 3 brightest stars of Libra formed a constellation that they viewed as a boat. Virgo. Its name is Latin for virgin. Virgo is prominent in the spring sky in the northern hemisphere, visible all night in March and April. As the largest zodiac constellation, the sun takes 44 days to pass through it, longer than any other. During the Middle Ages, Virgo sometimes was associated with the Blessed Virgin Mary. Early Greek astronomy associated the Babylonian constellation with their goddess Demeter. The Romans associated it with their goddess Ceres. Alternatively, the constellation was sometimes identified as the virgin goddess Iastita or Astrea, holding the scales of justice in her hand. That has now been separated as the constellation Libra. Classical Times identifies Virgo as Erigon, the daughter of Icarius of Athens. Icarius, who had been favored by Dionysus, was killed by his shepherds while they were intoxicated, after which Erigon hanged herself in grief. Another figure who is associated with the constellation Virgo was the spring goddess Persephone, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, who had married Hades and resides in the underworld during the summer. Leo. Its name is Latin for lion. Leo was one of the earliest recognized constellations, with archaeological evidence that the Mesopotamians had a similar constellation as early as 4000 BCE. The Persians called Leo Sur or Shur. The Turks referred to it as Artan. For the Syrians, it was Aryo. For the Jews, it was Eri. The Indians called him Simha. All of these mean lion. Some mythologists believe that in Samaria, Leo represented the monster Humbaba, who was killed by Gilgamesh. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was called Argula, the Great Lion. The bright star, Regulus, was known as the star that stands at the lion's breast. Regulus also had distinctly regal associations, as it was known as the king star. In Greek mythology, Leo was identified as the Nemean lion, which was killed by Hercules during the first of his 12 labors. The Nemean lion would take women as hostages to its lair in the cave, luring warriors from nearby towns to save the damsel in distress. To their misfortune, the lion was impervious to any weaponry. Thus, the warriors' clubs, swords, and spears were rendered useless against it. Realizing that he must defeat the lion with his bare hands, Hercules slipped into the lion's cave and engaged it at close quarters. When the lion pounced, Hercules caught it in mid-air, one hand grasping the lion's forelegs and the other his hind legs, and bent it backwards, breaking its back and freeing the trapped maidens. Zeus commemorated this labor by placing the lion in the sky. As of 2002, the sun appears in the constellation Leo from August 10th to September 10th, and the meteor shower the Leonids occur in November, peaking on November 14th and 15th. It causes a significant outburst every 35 years. Cancer. Its name is Latin for crab. It is best visible at 9 p.m. during the month of March. Under city skies, Cancer is invisible to the naked eye. Cancer is said to have been the place for the Akkadian sun of the south, perhaps from its position at the summer solstice in very remote antiquity. But afterwards it was associated with the fourth month, Duzu, that's June through July in the modern Western calendar, and was known for the northern gate of the sun. Showing but few stars, Cancer was often considered the dark sign, quaintly described as black and without eyes. Dante, alluding to this faintness and position in the heavens, wrote in Paradiso, "Then a light among them brightened, so that if Cancer one such crystal had, winter would have a month of one sole day." Cancer was the location of the sun's most northerly position in the sky, the summer solstice, in ancient times, though this position now occurs in Taurus due to the precession of the equinoxes around June 21st. This is the time the sun is directly overhead at 23.5 degrees north, a parallel now known as the Tropic of Cancer. In Coptic Egypt, it identified with Anubis, one of the Egyptian divinities commonly associated with Sirius. Gemini. Its name is Latin for twins. In classical antiquity, Cancer and not Gemini was the location of the sun on the first day of summer. In 1990, the location of the sun on the first day of summer moved from Gemini to Taurus. The sun will move through Gemini from June 21st through July 20th, all the way through the year 2062. Gemini is prominent in the winter skies of the northern hemisphere and is visible the entire night in December and January. In Babylonian astronomy, the stars Castor and Pollux were known as the Great Twins. The twins were regarded as minor gods and were called Meshlemteia and Lugalira, meaning respectively the one who has risen from the underworld and the mighty king. Both names can be understood as titles of Nergal, the major Babylonian god of plague and pestilence, who is the king of the underworld. The Geminids are a bright meteor shower that peak on December 13th and 14th. The Epsilon Geminids peak between October 18th and October 29th and have only been recently confirmed. They overlap with Orionids, which makes the Epsilon Geminids difficult to detect visually. Taurus. The name is Latin for the bull. Taurus is a large and prominent constellation in the northern hemisphere's winter sky. It is one of the oldest constellations, dating back to at least the early Bronze Age, when it marked the location of the sun during the spring equinox. Its importance to the agricultural calendar influenced various bull figures in mythology of ancient Sumer. Also Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The identification of the constellation of Taurus with a bull is very old, certainly dating back to the Chalcolithic and perhaps even the Upper Paleolithic. Taurus is represented in a cave painting at the Hall of Bulls in the caves at Lascaux. It is accompanied by a depiction of the Pleiades. Taurus marked the point of the vernal spring equinox from about 4000 BC to 1700 BC, after which it moved to the neighboring constellation Aries. The Pleiades were closest to the sun at the vernal equinox around the 23rd century BC. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was listed in the Mola Pen as Gua'ana, the bull of heaven. It has been claimed that when the Babylonians first set up their zodiac, the vernal equinox laid in Taurus. The old Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Ishtar sends Taurus, the bull of heaven, to kill Gilgamesh for spurning her advances. Enkidu tears off the bull's hind part and hurls the quarters into the sky, where they become the stars we now know as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Some locate Gilgamesh as the neighboring constellation of Orion, facing Taurus as if in combat, while others identify him with the sun, whose rising on the equinox vanquishes the constellation. In early Mesopotamian art, the bull of heaven was closely associated with Inanna. In Greek mythology, Taurus was identified with Zeus, who assumed the form of a magnificent white bull to abduct Europa, a legendary Phoenician princess. In illustrations of Greek mythology, only the front portion of this constellation is depicted. This was sometimes explained as Taurus being partially submerged as he carried Europa out of the sea. A second Greek myth portrays Taurus as Io, a mistress of Zeus. To hide his lover from his wife, Hera, Zeus changed Io into the form of a heifer. Greek mythographer Acuslias marks the bull Taurus as the same that formed the myth of the Cretan bull, which was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. As of 2008, the Sun appears in the constellation Taurus from May 13th to June 21st. Aries. The name is Latin for the ram. Aries came to represent specifically the ram whose fleece became the golden fleece of ancient Greek mythology. It has represented a ram since the late Babylonian times. Aries is recognized as an official specific region of the sky. In the description of the Babylonian zodiac given in the clay tablets, the constellation, now known as Aries, was the final station along the ecliptic. The earliest identifiable reference to Aries as a distinct constellation comes from the boundary stones that date from 1350 to 1000 BC. In ancient Egyptian astronomy, Aries was associated with the god Amun-Ra. It was called the indicator of the reborn sun. During the times of the year when Aries was prominent, priests would process statues of Amun-Ra to temples. Aries acquired the title Lord of the Head in Egypt, referring to its symbolic and mythological importance. The first point of Aries, the location of the vernal equinox, is named for the constellation. This is because the sun crossed the celestial equator from south to north in Aries more than 2 millennia ago. Hipparchus identified it in 130 BC as the point south of Gamma Aratus. Because of the process of the equinoxes, the first point of Aries has since moved into Pisces and will move into Aquarius around 2600 AD. The Sun now appears in Aries from late April through mid-May, though the constellation is still associated with the beginning of spring. In a similar system to the Chinese, the first lunar mansion in Hindu astronomy was called Aswini, after the traditional name for the Beta and Gamma Aratus, the Aswins. Because the Hindu New Year begins with the vernal equinox, Aries itself is known as Ajah and Misha. In Hebrew astronomy, Aries was named Tale. It signified either Simeon or God, and generally symbolizes the Lamb of the world. Aries is home to several meteor showers. Most of the daytime Aretids are not visible to the naked eye. They are observed in a radio spectrum. This is possible because of the ionized gas they leave in their wake. Other meteor showers radiate from Aries during the day. This includes the daytime Epsilon Arids, and they appear from October 12th to October 23rd. Also, the northern and southern daytime May Aritids and the Delta Aritids are another meteor shower radiating from Aries. The shower lasts from December 8th to January 14th. We also have the autumn Aritids, which also radiate from Aries, and this lasts from September 7th to October 27th. Pisces. Pisces originates from some composition of the Great Swallow. In current Western Pisces and Anuntium, the Lady of Heaven, at the place of the northern fish. In the first millennium BC, text known as the Astronomical Diaries, part of the constellation, was also called Dununu, the fish cord or the ribbon. In the Greek version, according to Hyginus, Aphrodite and Eros, while visiting Syria, fled from the monster Typhon by leaping into the Euphrates River and transforming into fish. The Roman variant of the story has Venus and Cupid being carried away from this danger on the back of two fishes. There is also a somewhat different origin tale that Hyginus preserved in another work. According to this, an egg rolled into the Euphrates, and some fishes nudged this to shore, after which the doves sat on the egg until Aphrodite hatched out of it. The fishes were then rewarded by being placed in the sky as a constellation. This story is also recorded by the Third Vatican mythographer, Pegasus, a constellation in the northern sky, named after the winged horse Pegasus in Greek mythology. Pegasus in Greek mythology was a winged horse with magical powers. One myth regarding his powers says that his hooves dug out a spring. Pegasus was the one who delivered Medusa's head, after which he traveled to Mount Olympus in order to be the bearer of thunder and lightning for Zeus. Eventually, he became the horse to Bellerophon, who was asked to kill the Chimera, and succeeded with the help of Athena and Pegasus. Despite his success, after the death of his children, Bellerophon asked Pegasus to take him to Mount Olympus. Though Pegasus agreed, he plummeted back to earth after Zeus either threw him a thunderbolt at him or made Pegasus buck him off. Pegasus was also recognized in some myths as the son of the Gorgon Medusa and the god Poseidon. In ancient Persia, Pegasus was depicted by Al-Sufi as a complete horse facing east. Unlike most other urographers who had depicted Pegasus as half of a horse rising out of the ocean. In Hindu astronomy, the Great Square Pegasus contained the 26th and 27th lunar mansions. More specifically, it represented a bedstead that was a resting place for the moon. Aquila is a constellation on the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for eagle, and it represents the bird that carried Zeus, or Jupiter's thunderbolt in Greek-Roman mythology. In Hinduism, the constellation Aquila is identified with the half-eagle, half-human deity Garuda. In Chinese astronomy, it is located within the heavenly market enclosure. The Maori people, named Altair, Potu Te Rangi, which means pillar of the sky, because of its very important position in their cosmology. Scutum. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the shield in Latin. It is the fifth smallest constellation in the sky. The constellation was originally introduced by the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius in the 17th century. Hevelius named it Scutum Sobieskianum, the shield of Sobieski, in honor of the Polish king Jan III Sobieski, who had been victorious in the Battle of Vienna in 1683. Scutum constellation is not associated with any myths. This is also not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Lyra is a small constellation. Lyra was often represented on star maps as a vulture or an eagle carrying a lyre, and hence is sometimes referred to as Vultur cadens or Aquila cadens, which means falling vulture or falling eagle. Lyra is nearly overhead in temperate northern latitudes shortly after midnight after the start of summer. From the equator to about the 40th parallel south, it is visible low in the northern sky during the same winter months. In Greek mythology, Lyra represents the lyre of Orpheus, made by Hermes from a tortoise shell, given to Apollo as a bargain. It was said to be the first lyre ever produced. Orpheus's music was said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as trees, streams, and rocks could be charmed. Joining Jason and the Argonauts, his music was able to quell the voices of the dangerous sirens who sang tempting songs to the Argonauts. At one point, Orpheus married Eurydice, a nymph. While fleeing from an attack by Aristeus, she stepped on a snake that bit her, killing her. To reclaim her, Orpheus entered the underworld, where the music from his lyre charmed Hades. Hades relented and let Orpheus bring Eurydice back on the condition that he never once looked back until outside. Unfortunately, near the very end, Orpheus faltered and looked back, causing Eurydice to be left in the underworld forever. Orpheus spent the rest of his life strumming his lyre while wandering aimlessly through the land, rejecting all marriage offers from women. Hercules is a constellation named after Hercules, the Roman hero, adapted from the Greek hero Hercules. The earliest Greek reference to the constellation do not refer to it as Hercules. Aratus describes it as follows: right there, in Draco's orbit wheel, a phantom form, like to a man that strives at a task. That sign no man knows how to read clearly, nor what the task he is bent, but men simply call him on his knees. Now that phantom that toils on his knees seems to sit on a bended knee, and from both his shoulders his hands are upraised and stretched, one this way and one that, a fathom's length. Over the middle of the head of the crooked dragon, he has the tip of his right foot, Here too that crown, which glorious Dionysus set to be a memorial of the dead Eridine, wheels beneath the back of the toil-spent phantom. To the phantom's back the crown is near, but by his head mark near at hand the head of Ophiuchus. Hermes pierced for strings and bade it be called the lyra, and he brought it into the heaven and set it in front of the unknown phantom. That croucher on his knees comes near the lyre with his left knee, but the top of the bird's head wheels on the other side, and between the bird's head and the phantom's knee is instarred the lyre. The story connecting Hercules with the constellation is recounted by Dionysus on his way back to Mycenae from Iberia, having obtained the castle of Geryon as his 10th labor. Hercules came to Liguria in northwestern Italy, where he engaged in battle with 2 giants, Albion and Bergion. The opponents were strong. Hercules was in a difficult position, so he prayed to his father Zeus for help. With the aegis of Zeus, Hercules won the battle. It was this kneeling position of Hercules, when prayed to his father Zeus, that gave him the name the Kneeler. Corona Borealis is a small constellation in the northern celestial hemisphere. Its brightest stars form a semicircle arc. Its Latin name, inspired by its shape, means northern crown. In classical mythology, Corona Borealis generally represents the crown given by the god Dionysus to the Cretan princess Eridine, and set by him in the heavens. Other cultures linked the pattern to a circle of elders, an eagle's nest, a bear's den, or even a smoke hole. Ptolemy also listed a southern counterpart, the Corona Australis, with a similar pattern. In Greek mythology, Corona Borealis was linked to the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur. It was generally considered to represent a crown given by Dionysus to Eridine, after she had been abandoned by the Athenian princess Theseus. When she wore the crown at her marriage to Dionysus, he placed it in the heavens to commemorate their wedding. In Welsh mythology, it was called Caer Arianrhod, the castle of the silver circle, and was the heavenly abode of the lady Arianrhod. To ancient Balts, Corona Borealis was known as Darzelis, the flower garden. The Skitty people of Native America saw the stars of Corona Borealis representing a council of stars whose chief was Polaris. The Shawnee people saw the stars as the heavenly sisters who descended from the sky every night to dance on earth. Bootes is a constellation in the northern sky. The name comes from the Greek meaning herdsman or plowman. In ancient Babylon, the stars of Bootes were known as Shupa. They were apparently depicted as the god Enlil. The name Bootes was first used by Homer in his Odyssey as a celestial reference point for navigation, described as late setting or slow to set. Exactly whom Butes is supposed to represent in Greek mythology is not clear. According to one version, he was a son of Demeter, twin brother of Plutus, a plowman who drove the oxen in the constellation Ursa Major. The Greek name for Butes means bear watcher. The stars of Butes were incorporated into many different Chinese constellations. Arcturus was part of the most prominent of these, variously designated as the Celestial King's Throne, or the Blue Dragon's Horn. Arcturus was given much importance in Chinese celestial mythology because of its status marking the beginning of the lunar calendar. Depictions of Butes have varied historically. Aratus described him circling the North Pole, herding the two bears. Later, in ancient Greek depictions described by Ptolemy, have him holding the reins of his hunting dogs in his left hand, with a spear, club, or staff in his right hand. After Hevelius introduced Mon Maenalus in 1681, Butes was often depicted standing on the Peloponnese mountain. Ursa Major, also known as the Great Bear, is a constellation in the northern sky whose associated mythology likely dates back into prehistory. Its Latin name means greater or larger she-bear, referring to and contrasting it with the nearby Ursa Minor, the lesser bear. Ursa Major is primarily known from the asterism of its 7 main stars, which has been called the Big Dipper. Its 2 brightest stars can be used as navigational pointer towards the place of the current North Pole star Polaris. Ursa Major is visible throughout the year from most of the northern hemisphere and appears circumpolar above the mid-northern latitudes. From southern temperate latitudes, the main asterism is invisible. In Roman mythology, Jupiter, the king of gods, lusts after a young woman named Callisto, a nymph of Diana. Jupiter's jealous wife discovers that Callisto has a son named Arcus and believes it's by Jupiter. Juno then transforms the beautiful Callisto into a bear, so she no longer attracts Jupiter. Callisto, while in bear form, later encounters her son Arcus. Arcus almost shoots the bear, but to avert the tragedy, Jupiter turns Arcus into a bear too and puts them both in the sky, forming Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. In ancient times, the name of the constellation was Helike, which means turning, because it turns around the pole. It is the sole constellation that never sinks below the horizon and bathes in the ocean's waves. So this is why it's used as a celestial reference point for navigation. Draco is a constellation in the far northern sky. Its name is Latin for dragon. Draco is circumpolar, never setting, and can be seen all year from the northern latitudes. Thuban, a Draconis, was the northern pole star from 3942 BC when it moved further north than Theta Butes until 1793 BC. The Egyptian pyramids were designed to have one side facing north, with an entrance passage geometrically aligned so that Thuban would be visible at night. Due to the effects of the precession, it will again be the pole star around the year AD 21,000. The traditional name of the Alpha Draconis, Thuban, means head of the serpent. Dragons in Greek mythology that may have inspired the constellation's name include Ledon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides. Hercules killed Ledon during his 12 labors. He was tasked with stealing the golden apples. In Greco-Roman legend, Draco was a dragon killed by the goddess Minerva and tossed into the sky upon his defeat. The dragon was one of the giants who battled the Olympic gods for 10 years. As Minerva threw the dragon, it became twisted on itself and froze at the cold north celestial pole before it could right itself. Sometimes Draco is represented as the Titan son of Gaia, Typhon. Traditionally, Arabic astronomy depicts that Draco had 100 magnificent heads, guarded the golden apple tree, and was put in the sky as a constellation for protecting the apples with valor. In February, we have the Draconids, which is a meteor shower that was discovered February 4, 2011. Auriga is north of the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for the charioteer. Auriga is most prominent during winter evenings in the northern hemisphere, as are 5 other constellations that have stars in the winter hexagon asterism. Because of its northern declination, Auriga is only visible in its entirety as far as 34 degrees south. The first record of Auriga's stars was in Mesopotamia as a constellation called Gam, representing a scimitar or crook. In Greek mythology, Auriga is often identified as the mythological Greek hero Eratosthenes of Athens, the son of Hephaestus, who was raised by the goddess Athena. His chariot was created in the image of the sun's chariot, the reason Zeus placed him in the heavens. The Athenian hero then dedicated himself to Athena, and soon after Zeus raised him into the night sky in honor of his ingenuity and his heroic deeds. Indigenous people of California and Nevada also noticed the bright patterns of Auriga's stars. To them, the constellation's bright stars formed a curve that was represented in crescent-shaped petroglyphs. The people of Marshall Island featured Auriga in the myth of Dumur, which tells the story of the creation of the sky. Antares in Scorpius represents Dumur, the oldest son of the star's mother, and the Pleiades represent her youngest son. Auriga is home to 2 meteor showers. The Aurigids, and formerly called the Alpha Aurigids, are renowned for their intermittent outbursts, such as those in 1935, 1986, 1994, and 2007. The Zeta Aurigids are a weak shower with a northern and southern branch lasting from December 11th to January 21st. Perseus is a constellation in the northern sky being named after the Greek mythological hero Perseus. Perseus was tasked with saving Andromeda from the Kraken. Perseus hosts the radiant of the annual Perseids meteor shower, one of the most prominent meteor showers in the sky. They radiate from mid-July, peaking in activity between the 9th and 10th of August each year. They have been observed for about 2,000 years. Horologium. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the clock in Latin. It is a small, faint constellation that was created in the 18th century by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille. Lacaille originally named the constellation Horologium Oscillatorium, or the pendulum clock, but the name was later shortened simply to Horologium, the clock. The constellation is not associated with any myths and does not have any bright stars. This is not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Crater is a small constellation in the southern celestial hemisphere. It depicts a cup that has been associated with the god Apollo and is perched on the back of Hydra, the water snake. Crater is identified with a story from Greek mythology in which a crow or raven serves Apollo and is sent to fetch water. But it delays its journey as it finds some figs and waits for them to ripen before eating them. Finally, it retrieves the water in a cup and takes back a water snake, blaming it for drinking the water. According to the myth, Apollo saw through the fraud and angrily cast the crow, cup, and snake into the sky. The three constellations were arranged in such a way that the crow was prevented from drinking from the cup. Philarchus wrote of a different origin for Crater. He told how the city of Eleusa near Troy was beset by plague. Its ruler, Demiphon, consulted an oracle who decreed that a maiden would be sacrificed each year. Demiphon declared that he would choose a maiden by lottery, but did not include his own daughters. One noble objected, so Demiphon sacrificed his daughter. Later, Mastusius killed Demiphon's daughters and fed the ruler a mixture of their blood and wine from a cup. Upon finding out the deed, the king ordered Mastusius and the cup to be thrown into the sea. Crater signifies the cup. The craterids are a faint meteor shower that takes place between January 11th and January 22nd. Argo, a very large constellation in the southern sky that has been divided into three constellations of Carina, Puppis, and Vela. The genitive was Argus Navis. Flamsteed and other early modern astronomers called the constellation Navis the ship. It was identified in Greek mythology with Argo, the ship used by Jason and the Argonauts that sailed to Colossus in search of the Golden Fleece. The original constellation is presently found near the southern horizon of the Mediterranean sky, becoming visible in springtime and sailed westward, skimming along the river of the Milky Way. Argo Navis was long known to Greek observers who were believed to have derived it from Egypt around 1000 BCE. For example, Plutarch identified Argo with the Egyptian constellation called the Boat of Osiris. Ptolemy described Argo as occupying the portion of the Milky Way between Canis Major and Centaurus, and identified stars comprising such detail as the little shield, the steering oar, the mast holder, the stern ornament, which continued to be reflected in cartographic representations in celestial atlases into the 19th century. Another interesting feature of the constellation is that it appeared to be moving backwards against the backdrop of the night sky. The final breakup and abolishment of Argo was proposed by Sir John Herschel in 1841 and again in 1844. As a result of this breakup, Argo is the only one of the 48 original constellations listed by Ptolemy in his Almagest that is no longer officially recognized as a single constellation. The tools. These are 3 interesting looking constellations that are shaped like a ruler, a square set, a compass, and a triangle. These are not Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. The first is Norma. It means normal in Latin, referring to a right angle, and it represents a level, a set square, a ruler, and a carpenter square. The constellation was introduced in the mid-18th century. Norma constellation is not associated with any myths. Circinus is a constellation located in the southern sky. Its name means the compass in Latin, referring to the tool used for drawing circles. Circinus was created and first catalogued by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille in the 18th century. Lacaille created the constellation to bridge the void between Triangulum Australe and the stars marking Centaurus's forefeet. Triangulum Australe is a constellation that lies in the southern sky. Its name means the southern triangle in Latin. The 3 brightest stars in the constellation form an equilateral triangle. Triangulum Australe was created by the Dutch astronomer Petrus Plancius in the late 16th century. The constellation is located too far south to be visible from Europe and most of the northern hemisphere, but it never sets below the horizon south of the equator. Now, let's take a look at some other zodiac-related data. The movements. The zodiacs have 3 different movements. They are in 3 groups of 4, each group having its own type of movement. The first is a fixed group, which the movement is like a square. This group consists of Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. The second is the mutable group, which the movement is that of an infinity sign. This group consists of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and Sagittarius. The last group is the cardinal group, which the movement is a direct movement of either up, down, toward you, or away from you. This group consists of Capricorn, Libra, Cancer, and Aries. The next bit we can look at is the information given to us about the pre-Diluvian zodiac. Evidence of a correspondence between the pre-Diluvian patriarchs and the signs of the zodiac is found in the Jewish synagogue inscription from Engedi. The synagogue itself was destroyed around 530 AD. The zodiac signs were allocated to Adam and his descendants as follows. Abel, Aries. Aries is the sign representing the first generation, and Aries is the first sign of the zodiac in every astrological system. Aries, the lamb, represents Adam's firstborn Abel, the shepherd. Seth, Taurus. Seth was so named because his mother Eve exclaimed at his birth, "God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, whom Cain slew." The other seed is really the same seed in another form. The exchange of Seth for Abel because of the latter's murder by Cain is exactly symbolized in the conjoined sign Taurus and Arija. The jealous bull attacks 2 children who are protected by the shepherd Arija and Capella, the latter being the children's mother, Arija, Adam, Capella, Eve. And the 2 children of Eve are Seth and Abel. The Hermetic literature states that Agathodaimon is the biblical patriarch Seth. In Egypt, Agathodaimon was equated with Osiris, and Osiris was believed to be represented in the zodiac by the sign of Taurus. Enoch, Gemini. The name Enoch means human companionship. It is represented in the zodiac by 2 equivalent males, 2 men embracing in fellowship, or a male and a female pair, the Gemini. Canaan, Cancer. Canaan means gathering together into a home, nest, or community. It is represented in the zodiac by a crab or similar creature gathering together its offspring with its pincers. The offspring being the cluster of stars known as Praesepe. Mahalalel, Leo. Mahalalel means public recognition or acclaim of the divine leader, symbolized in the zodiac by a lion, the universally recognized king of beasts. Jared, Virgo. Jared means descent or fall anciently. Jared's name was taken to signify prophetically the pre-Diluvian descent of the sons of God and their indiscriminate comings with the daughters of men. This in turn was a historical development and reduplication of the fall of Eve. As Eve was seduced by the fallen angel Satan working through the serpent, so the daughters of men were seduced by the fallen sons of God. God promised, however, that a seed of the woman would come one day who would crush the serpent's head and who would be wounded in the heel himself in the process. This great Bible theme is symbolized by the sign of Virgo, which represents a sexually mature virgin holding a vine plant who is the mother of a seed, spica. The botanical imagery is clear throughout. The virgin lying on her side is actually identified with the fallen tree or felled branch, which is to bring forth the promised seed. Sometimes the branch is a palm branch, the palm being a tree which reproduces by fertilizing itself, the virgin birth. Enoch, Libra. Enoch means to begin to teach, instruct, train, tame, break in, or to initiate an animal or human, originally by control of the jaws or rubbing the palate. It is symbolized by the sign of Libra, meaning the beginning of the acquisition of judgment or discernment, and originally this sign forms the jaws of the claws of the scorpion, representing divine judgment by the word. The sign depicts the commencement of the weighing, one scale being lower than the other, specifically the beginning of judgment or discernment. Methuselah, Scorpio. Methuselah means armed man or security man, man of a sting or dart. It is symbolized by Scorpio, a creature armed with a sting, which it throws at its victim like a dart, using its bow like a tail. Lamech, Sagittarius. Comes from the root LMK. The meaning is to melt, sink down, cringe, bow, be bent, vanish away, fade or dissolve, so that the LMK is a variant of NMK, to dissolve. As elsewhere in Hebrew, L and M are interchangeable. The root NMK is cognate to the word makak, which are used to describe the melting, bending, or bowing effect. The name Lamech is a noun formed from this root and therefore means bowing or bending, being aptly symbolized by the bent bow of Sagittarius. And in some zodiacs, the asterism is represented accordingly simply by a bent bow. The loaded bow is also a symbol of male fertility, hence the equine body of Sagittarius and other zodiacs. other connotation is fading out, so that Sagittarius is specifically the shooter of meteoric arrows, which burn out in the atmosphere. From the root meaning arises the further signification, subdue level, cause the bow down, overthrown. And hence the name Lamech is interpreted to mean the strong, the mighty, the wild and invincible overthrower. This meaning, too, is aptly portrayed by the figure of a wild centaur stepping forward in combat in the act of firing a bow, leveling his enemies with a shower of meteoric arrows. Noah, Capricorn. Noah means rest or relief, literally the reclining of an animal. It is symbolized by the reclining ungulate, goat, sheep, or antelope of Capricorn, which in some zodiacs is simply a reclining ungulate, but in others it is depicted with the tail of a fish, representing the two phases of Noah's life, pre and post-flood. The flood was believed to have been foretold by a gathering of all the planets in the signs of Capricorn. Japheth and Ham. Pisces. Japheth means multiplication of progeny or numerical expansion. It is represented by crossed fishes in Pisces, the fish being symbolic of the numerical increase of progeny. There is a further reference in the sign to the flood through which Japheth passed, and to the fact that there was a conflict between Japheth's descendants and Hamites, specifically with Ham's son Canaan and his progeny, who, though bound by his family kinship to Japheth, which is the band around the sign of Pisces, yet tended in earthly and opposite directions, symbolized by the fish in Pisces swimming along the elliptic, the worldly path, contrary to the direction of other fish, which is swimming towards the zenith. And the last bit I'd like to finish with is the fact that the zodiac relates to the gates. This was presented originally with the seasons video, so let's focus on this information. Each of the 12 gates is associated directly with a particular zodiac in relation to which gate the sun is launching from during the year. They are as follows. Gate 4R is Aries. Gate 5R is Taurus. Gate 6R is Gemini. Gate 6F is Cancer. Gate 5F is Leo. Gate 4F is Virgo. Gate 3R is Libra. Gate 2R is Scorpio. Gate 1R is Sagittarius. Gate 1F is Capricorn. Gate 2F is Aquarius. And Gate 3F is Pisces. This explains our zodiac months, as well as why the sun appears to rise from a specific degree for so long. It's simply rising from the front and rear gate of this area. This also, as presented in the seasons video, gives us the analemma of the sun, the infinity symbol. So, I hope you enjoyed learning about the heavens as much as I did. Now, I'm going to hand it over so we can head down to hell.
You better buckle up for this one, people. We're on an express elevator to hell, but we will be coming back. What you are seeing is real-world magnetic data supplied by Ceres, showing a top-down view of our realm. This is a clip he made to show how we can move around the magnetic data. This particular clip is descending from an altitude of 130,000 kilometers, that's 80,778 miles, down to the center of our map. X marks the spot. Notice the coiled areas rising to amazing heights. These go deep below ground. The thin white lines you can see crossing them are this magnetic data we see here, the same data we have seen clouds taking the shape of. Each of these coiled areas would represent the angel technology below, the particle accelerators, the seal of the 144,000 in their sealed rooms below. Remember, Scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. This is just some of the many that will be down there. The spiraling effect from them is their signature. You can see how the one at the centre is being compressed by others and its pressure wave is forced north and south. This is the compression and expansion that we covered in our Let There Be Light video, and it is amazing to see it show on this magnetic data, thus confirming the APM model more. North is the top right and south the bottom left. The equator is going bottom right to top left of your screen. And now a sneak preview of what is below. This is looking directly over the equator and reveals some very interesting formations below. We will be looking forward to more of this data from Ceres, and we can present and explain them in future videos. This is amazing work by Ceres, and I'll leave a link to his channel below. Here are a few more images from Ceres. Notice the coiled areas of magnetic data captured brilliantly. You can also see their pressure waves quite clearly in this. This is fantastic work and I can't wait to see more. To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santos Bonacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. The smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I made this clip to show you what the constellations look like as they cross our map and grid. You can see the compression at the centre, and the ones in the north and south appear to be revolving around those locations. This, however, could be due to perspective and the way our eyes work. They may in fact be crossing in straight lines. This, of course, comes under the category of full exploration to reveal exactly what is taking place in the extreme north and south with our luminaries. Of course, we all know that exploration above and below certain latitudes are not exactly encouraged, in fact quite the opposite. The labels attributed to the luminaries are reversed, as this is a top-down view above them, so I could demonstrate them correctly going east to west. The alignments aren't perfect, but will serve their purpose for this demonstration. I faded the map and grid's opacity in and out so you can see the alignments as they cross the heavens. The program I'm using is called Stellaris and is a free download. The expansion and compression we demonstrated in our Let There Be Light video may also be playing a part in this, as they send a shockwave north and south. This is very evident in the magnetic data and may play a part in illuminating stars. Remember, Walter Russell states there is only light. At rest it is darkness, and when moved it becomes illuminated. It simply requires the correct circumstances to move, which you will get to see in a few moments. The fantastic constellation presentation One Conscience just presented will be continued into another video sometime. A big shout out go out here to Sandra's hubby, who has been doing some fantastic work in the graphics department and helping APM to bring this story to light. Well done that man, you know who you are. I want you to pay attention to the Milky Way in this clip. Do you see what I see? Yes, it is the sine wave. If you watch, you will see the sun always rises at the same location of the sine wave and moves with it. The sine wave is our luminary's prime driver. For example, it would push the sun, or rather in the underworld, it would push our solar boat, the scarab beetle, east to west. It would then return east following the movement of the sine wave, as we have shown to be the light they call the ISS. Do we not wonder why that light in the sky follows a sine wave path? I added the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn so you can see it is actually contained between these two locations, and very much involved in driving luminaries east to west. This is where our earth chakras come into play. If you remember my first video on this research, I added a waveform across the map, as I could see back then that it was related to the chakras and a waveform. That waveform is now decoded as the Milky Way, or perhaps we should call it the Milky Wave. When I showed my Nazca Line work, which decode to me as the technical blueprints to the realm, and the research and decodings one conscience and myself worked upon, to Jimbo, who is a black box engineer, he instantly recognised it as a setup very similar to a sweepback transformer and flyback killer, a cathode ray tube and an oscilloscope. You can watch Jimbo's breakdown of it on my channel. He is indeed correct, as our research is proving. Jimbo joined us to help with explaining the technical side of this configuration and is always at hand in the background helping when he can. I do think there are more waveforms of various frequencies that drive various luminaries, which we will get to in a moment. You can see how the sun in this clip is being moved within that sine wave. It would arrive in the west, shut down or switch to standby mode and be pushed east again ready for the next sunrise. This would be the flyback killer, which by design moves it as quickly as possible east. The light in the sky we call the ISS, in our opinion, is this light. We decoded it as Isis, Ra's mother, or Mary, the star of the sea. Every culture has a name for this process. We just seem to have forgotten what it all is truly related to.
To break down and decode this realm, we must look at it with a technological mindset, from the workings of it to the scriptures that describe it. Mount Sinai is a good example of one we can decode to show you how it's done easily. Mount Sinai is an unidentified mountain, except for some speculation in scriptures, where Moses receives the laws. So let's give it an APM decode. First, we'll have to put etymology to play here. I like to use a good dictionary to look up the words to find the meanings. You will find that words have other meanings when speaking in terms of electrical, physics, and mathematics. Mount means to climb or ascend, or to increase in amounts. Sin is the abbreviation of the sign in trigonometry. A stands for acceleration. I stands for inertia. Using these definitions, we can see what Mount Sinai really means. To reveal light, you accelerate it from inertia. You use the sine wave to increase the frequency to go from the dark to the light. The yin-yang comes into play here. Dark is the male resting, and white is the female moving light, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. These are the laws given to Moses. The laws were related to the luminaries, such as they will not transgress their bounds, nor stray from their course, which is referenced in the book of Enoch. Once you understand the workings of the realm, it is not hard to understand Enoch and other ancient texts. Okay, here I have taken some bits from Inanna going through the gates of the underworld. This story and all moon deities are relating to the moon and moon phases. This is the shutdown of the moon piece by piece, creating the phases that we see through the month leading up to the new moon, where it is shut down for 3 days. I am Inanna, Queen of Heaven, on my way to the east. Nettie spoke. Stay here, Inanna. I will speak to my queen. I will give her your message. Nettie, the chief gatekeeper of the Kur, entered the palace of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and said, My queen, a maid as tall as heaven, as white as the earth, as strong as the foundations of the city wall, waits outside the palace gates. She has gathered together the 7 me. She has taken them in her hands, with the me in her possession. She has prepared herself. When Ereshkigal heard this, she spoke. Come, Nettie, my chief gatekeeper of the Kur, heed my words. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld. Then, one by one, open each gate a crack. Let Inanna enter. As she enters, remove her royal garments. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter bowed low. When she entered the first gate, from her head the shagura, the crown of the steep, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the second gate, from her neck the small lapis beads were removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the third gate, from her breast the double strand of beads was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fourth gate, from her chest the breastplate called Let Him Come, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fifth gate, from her wrist the gold ring was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the sixth gate, from her hand the lapis measuring rod and line was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the seventh gate, from her body the royal robe was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started towards the throne, the Anuanna. The judges of the underworld surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spoke against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall. When after 3 days and 3 nights Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the assembled places. She circled the houses of the gods. She tore at her eyes. She tore at her mouth. She tore at her thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. The corpse was given to them. The Kugara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galater sprinkled the water of life on the corpse. Inanna rose. And now I'll hand it over to a technical breakdown of this process from FPV. Thank you.
Okay, so following on from Inanna, who was obviously the moon, and the story was about the lunar phases. I looked into the phases as we previously mentioned and the waveform overlaps that have to be occurring. Lunar phases. This is one occlusion of a waveform on our moon that creates what we call phases. Going back to Inanna, this is the moon being occluded by this waveform until it is in full totality and becomes a new moon. Inanna's me and my 7, total 8 nodes being occluded. The moon has to be a similar halo that has 8 nodes just like our sun. It then goes through its various phases again until its next occlusion. It is the same occlusion but a top-down perspective. This waveform decodes as Rahu. Rahu is a shadow entity if you look it up, one that causes eclipses and is the king of meteors. The moon being swallowed by Rahu is in fact this waveform shadow. Lunar eclipses. We have something special to show you with the lunar eclipses. If you look carefully, you will see as an occlusion of 2 separate waveforms, one being dark, the other red. This is causing a polarization effect on our spherical ball of light we call the moon. You will notice on the time and date animation they also had to use 2 separate waveforms to achieve the same effect. Here's another top-down view of the lunar eclipse. The red wave decodes as Ketu. This is the second waveform you see going across the moon, then exiting, and then the first larger waveform exits. Ketu is regarded as a shadow planet, but like Rahu, it casts its own shadow. The lunar eclipse is 2 eclipses in one. Be sure to keep recording after the red wave Ketu has left, or you will miss the first larger waveform exiting the scene. This one still needs identified, but is clearly a larger waveform than Ketu.
Today, let's look into obelisks, temples and other structures around the world. The truth is in plain sight, and because of what we are taught, we do not understand the significance of the structures around us, or the layouts of the very areas around these in the microform of the surrounding areas all the way through the macroforms of towns and cities. The obelisk name came from ancient Greece, obeliscus, diminutive of obelos. Originally they were called tekenu by the ancient Egyptians. Tekenu means to pierce, as in to pierce the sky. Another meaning of pierce, you may not be aware, is to transfix, which means to make motionless. This to me is interpreted as the fixed stars which do not move across the ecliptic. In the same way as planets, they appear to be motionless. These are our constellations. Ancient obelisks are monolithic. They consist of a single stone. Herodotus, a Greek traveller, was the first of recorded history that is told to us to describe the objects. The earliest temple obelisk is still in its original position in Heliopolis and stands 68 feet high and weighs 120 metric ton. It symbolised the sun god Ra. And during the religious reformation of Akhenaten, it was said to have been a petrified ray of the Aten, the sun disk. It was also thought that the god existed within the structure. Let's take a moment and look at some highlights of the Egyptian creation story, as this will relate to the obelisk and the obelisk site designs. In the beginning there was darkness, a watery abyss of chaos, the primordial ocean of Nun. Out of the Nun came the Benben, which is the pyramid whence the sun rose for the first time to light the world. This is also where the first god Atum stood. Atum is the source of everything in the world, thus the creator of all life. Before rising atop the Benben, Atum was floating within the Nun, holding both the male and female aspects within. Atum created life by using the female part in him to spawn the god of air and emptiness, Shu, and his sister Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and mist. Once his first two children were created, the one became three. Chaos left the world and light entered it. Shu and Tefnut mated and produced the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Geb and Nut were in such a tight embrace that they had to be separated by their father, so Geb laid down to form the earth and Nut extended over the earth and became the sky, the duality, as above so below. The Benben stone, also known as the Pyramidion, is the top stone of the Egyptian pyramid. It is also related to the obelisk. The pyramid and obelisk significance have been previously overlooked, especially the astronomical phenomena connected with sunrise and sunset, the zodiacal light and sun pillars respectively. The obelisks used to represent the living deity of the pharaoh. They were raised carefully and positioned so that the first and last light of the day would touch their peaks to honour the sun god. The sun god would then enter on the journey of navigating his barge through the underworld and avoid great destruction by the great serpent Apophis. The ancients used the obelisks to serve as sundials in the journey of Ra across the sky. Some temples were built close enough to the Nile so they became partially submerged during the river's annual flooding. These would then work as the Colosseum, as was shown previously in the Colosseum decode. Some temples were built with the obelisk on top of them and aligned with the sun's daily passage. The alignment was seen in the horizon following the east to west path, as well as the vertical to align as the sun took its journey up and down the gates. Since these times, many of Egypt's obelisks have been destroyed, dismantled for new religions to consume the land, stolen or given to other countries as gifts. Of the 29 original obelisks in Egypt, only 9 remain. Of the 3 obelisks that survived time from Assyria, none remain there. We can find them in the British Museum. From Ethiopia, only one remains standing and can be found at the Northern Stelae Park in Axum. When the Romans conquered Egypt, they began taking the obelisks as their own. On top of stealing, they erected 7 of their own from Egyptian style. These are found in Aries, France, Munich, Germany, and 5 in Rome. The APM perspective on obelisks are that they are location markers for the angel technologies below. They would represent the direct centre of a halo. They would be directly at the centre of lunar waves and other solitary halos observed in the heavens by many people now. Consider this when halo hunting. You can view various captures of these halos in our videos. A big shout out again to all those people sharing these very special captures.
Here is a bonus decode clip. I looked at these images and noticed the technology hiding within. We will start with Sol, our sun. I fade out the parts we don't need and lo and behold we reveal our sun halo. I do think the sun emblem also depicts the nodes we see around our sun halo. Although we see 8 on the large horizontal halo, there may be more on other parts we have not seen as yet. Also take notice of the external solid band. Next is Luna, our moon. Notice this one has been given a face. I think this represents it being able to display the face of the moon, which has to be something close to the projector. The moon halo is very much the same configuration as our sun's halo. Pay particular attention to the waveforms around the moon, which may very well represent the pattern seen with Rahu and Ketu, the two waveforms that are definitely involved in the movement of luminaries. Next is Mercury. Notice this one has what we call a vertical halo, but this one contains 2, so it is a different model to the Sun and Moon halo. The star contains 8 nodes, and the external waveform again is reminiscent of Rahu and Ketu, indicating they play a part in the motion or control over this projector. Venus, also containing 8 nodes. Notice how the gap between the two vertical halos is much wider than the previous model. This also appears to be controlled by Rahu and Ketu, if we use the external band as a guide to what is controlling its movement. Mars, containing 12 nodes and 2 vertical halos. Again, this one appears to be under Rahu and Ketu's control, as the external band is a guide. This one appears to contain a lot of bands which may decode as pressure waves, as they depict various colours of the spectrum. Jupiter. Notice Jupiter's two external bands which may be counter-rotating accelerators. The stars may depict its high altitude, and the central band does contain more halos. The two vertical halos also appear to be larger. Saturn. This one contains two external bands, possibly counter-rotating, two internal halos, again they may be counter-rotating, and two smaller vertical halos that have a different pattern to them. This one contains 7 nodes, but we do also consider Jupiter's moons to be nodes on one of its halos, so they may all contain more nodes than we have actually seen as yet. There is probably more information hiding within these images, but this clip was just to show you what I noticed within them.
Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember, and are most familiar with, these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that in some fashion, but the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electrical force inside of that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move, and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now. And it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realize that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello,
Hi,
Robin.
Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, as when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, well, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 intentionally to look deeper into Flat Earth, because I've been looking into Flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you've got things that go on in your mind over years, and certain things in Flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, my research started when I came to Flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E map, or the glyphs. There's everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca Lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca Line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca Lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and up. There's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct, and what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. What you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca Lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, Can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca Lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca Mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know,
Okay.
it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry, where did
This is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just
There.
you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
Oh, I see. Can you zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get
Okay.
worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange. You know, considering the technology we've got today. So they're, you know, to me they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes. So these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or they?
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now
I see.
the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, you know, the Google Earth images, and
Yes.
what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they'd give it.
Right.
Because, you know,
I see.
you'll
Flatten them
find
out.
Google, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
Okay.
this is the only map I came across that actually had, you know, where things would line up correctly in the world, and you know, and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here instance, see this dot here,
Yes.
this is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
That one there is the German Intercontinental Drilling Program. It's right there. So, you know, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map.
The
This is what
Mercator.
I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
We'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is the name of your team. Yeah. How does that come about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say it.
Just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes.
And in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid. This technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but, you know, a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. You know, in the 1800s, they were flying over the Americas in these.
Yes.
And pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly. You know, I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
you know, that
Similar
it was
journey to us.
yeah. So, and before I met FPV though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes
Wow.
very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, you know, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and Cats, you know, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, you know, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, you know, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this.
Okay.
So when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and you know, I'll just tell you something in my soul
Yes.
just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
Awesome.
I asked him, so I asked him for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, you know, because there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in, and I just asked him question after question after question, and it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on, and so I asked him for a copy of the map, and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because I know how they flow, and I've studied it long enough that I can, you know, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him, and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, you know, this is amazing and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, you know, turning on and working
Wow.
is what's causing the vibration. So then we progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense.
Okay.
And he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work.
Okay.
And I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatedly. And he also would forecast. He would forecast, you know,
Yes.
because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me. You know, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. You know, think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
Yeah.
so you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think earthquakes are going to come about?
If I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. I went and I got my own earthquake 3D, so I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel,
Okay.
and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years,
I guess
so
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly see if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the
well,
commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. It comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every so
Wow.
many days over and over. It's
Mm,
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
fantastic.
to? Do you want me
Yes,
to play this
please.
clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the condor bird. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Uh, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
So what this is
Excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? Ah, there we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own. But
Okay.
then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatably
I see.
every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's
Yes.
overlaid,
Mm.
and these star halos form our torus to come back in. Now you
I
have to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And just
And
sorry to interrupt you. Just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that
Yes,
right? Okay.
yes. So I actually used it, and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes, and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day. And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports, and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay,
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit.
That's
And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information, like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
oh,
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit
that's
that spot. It was following our luminaries.
that is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So,
There's a model below, and
okay,
we're seeing it above in the heavens. So
okay.
what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below, so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow,
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes,
I
which is
see.
why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
And before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research. But we're at the moment, I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And then we just started talking on Hangouts and we progressed.
awesome,
Yeah.
awesome, fantastic.
oh, what you forgot to mention, Mom, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah, well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay,
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer. So
yes,
he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
okay,
California.
okay.
Well, it never did. It never did. And I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that. And I think he kind of ghosted me out of
I
his
understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016, is it? 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
three of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes, is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has two.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You
There
see
we
that,
go.
yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from, and what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. You like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and going through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. But portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is.
Yes.
It does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge based so they understand what it is you're telling them.
Yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I sync the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
okay,
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google mimic map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go for all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording
water.
It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow!
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So, will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean. Okay. It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which one? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year. Mm-hmm. I'll let this play, and you'll see. Currently, it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? waveforms of the moisture or waveforms of electromagnetism? What are they?
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
These, if you look at the sun, it's always directly in between two waveforms. That's that waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You know, you're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute, right? Wait a minute, Rahu's in the north. Sorry, Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date. And that information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the pennies dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. You know, they're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but...
Yeah, that's got it on hold, because, you know, how do you go identifying them all?
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Right.
But, you know, what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
Yes.
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
Crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
Yeah.
too blatant.
Well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east is its path. I'm sure you'll recognize that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night.
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process. And this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment. So why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates. Yeah. To us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the book that got removed from the
One
Bible.
Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca Mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? It's no coincidence, is it?
And
they're talking about the same thing.
Amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
please.
You see these? You notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. No, that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
Yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture, because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was the surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now, all the hidden histories guys, Martin Leaker and the likes, they've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Awesome. You're going to see people everywhere looking at it. But, to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And
So
we can see that's changed over time.
one of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. That what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date lines cut in half. This is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Master screen sharing.
You are, yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let One talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see like off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, One? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at EFPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map.
Okay.
Which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia, have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where One is talking about if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands and they're 3 miles apart called the Diomedes. And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes. because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? That, I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's very,
Significant.
it was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe, ultimately.
Yeah.
You know, these two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them is, they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3-mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian Islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian Islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international dateline. The international dateline is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the two different color arrows are two different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean.
Yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the dateline, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket, okay?
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people
Yes.
to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow? So
down,
right there.
Down the,
okay,
down
and we're
near the
just going to
bottom,
follow
yeah.
the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the dateline, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. Come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international dateline, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this dateline is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international dateline showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down in that middle bit, down near, halfway down, weren't you? Yeah, okay.
Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there. So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
Amazing.
you know, next it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This
Yes.
ring of fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and
Okay.
the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's
the ground.
30,000 particle accelerators in our world,
Wow.
and most of us don't know that
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up. I've
you,
mapped them.
okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list
Oh, I
of
see.
many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones.
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then.
CERN is the most famous, and
I
it's
see.
the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot
Wow.
that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do
But
we
you would
think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it.
That's what we think, yes.
Wow.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes. Understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing. We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. Did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, just one more map
Okay.
is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across.
Oh, wow.
We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. One theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because,
Okay.
but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. There's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years.
Amazing.
Something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things we were looking at. Cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this season's video.
Yes.
This one here, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. That one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
That's our 24-hour sun.
So
that was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes around the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around that outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So again, Robin, we've got to keep it real. No guessing. No trying to put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. It could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So we did try and work with those maps, and we couldn't make sense of them. And this map's helped progress this a lot further. So
Okay.
But I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen?
Yeah, because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from,
Yes.
and that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind's blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure eight. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. I've put an animation there. You see that? So
Right.
it's basically, that's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So
Yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right, the sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. When I've only looked at it once, and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly, it's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet, because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker. So the sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The sun
takes longer going north and south.
Yes.
Yet the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive data.
Actually, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes, very good.
And it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals. Not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides, as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So, yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north? It's
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So
Okay.
if it's set off from that gate there,
Yeah.
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So so if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, hold on a minute, it was there yesterday, now it's further back or further forward.
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I see.
Short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So you know the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I'll bring another one up with it. So you
or
can
anyone you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
okay.
It's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now, if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking, they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah, as it does the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to where it represents. You see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
they were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
you can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it?
Goodness me! And they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've, featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because, what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means, and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end of a cycle is what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet you people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
You see it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
So what we did with the, Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it relates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here. So they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you.
yes,
There's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but
yes.
it's definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure
If
which
you can't find it, don't worry. But there is one that shows the
Jupiter.
The
there's
lunar
the
wave thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
it's the lunar wave, right?
Let's bring that up because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for, yeah,
Yeah.
right, okay, right. So the lunar wave, I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Codes channel. You see
Yes.
this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, well, this, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
yes, I'll just leave it playing because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, this one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got. I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. He looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? He knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. Even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay. What would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right.
They would be called.
I'll just put this one here.
Yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting. And
so that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So
yes.
what this sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Now, scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures. The seal of 144,000 is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, a very large complex in various layers, it seems, as well. Talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what it's telling you.
Which, so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, Did you
Okay.
go ahead?
Let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have our, I guess, our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it. Because
Okay.
the large body is way bigger, and that's the room, than...
Yeah,
I got it.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah, this would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it would, it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember
Okay.
that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or does it make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
But
sorry, thousands, yeah.
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is they're location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. What it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing. They're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on, but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on, that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah, scriptures does say they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not living at, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this, yeah?
I can.
Right, this is Santos Bonacci giving Lily Day Rose a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and what it places on the map. Because this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and it kind of startled him. He didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years. Goodness me!
But the good thing is he was able to recognise lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. He'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed, and its lab power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water.
Okay.
That's the only moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down as well.
And down as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on this, on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. How electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So they're always in opposition. Mm-hmm. So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's where you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah,
it's dividing the positives and negatives. and it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay,
But
so
you know,
charged
so
particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay,
and,
okay.
and so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar
I see.
for it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A
It
self-perpetuating.
multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome.
It is.
Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, they've nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission currently.
Fantastic. Wow, salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the...
Right, so I used the same principles. Yeah, I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But,
yes.
It's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, pole shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric, archaeological, geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you can see it visually taking place now with this.
Did you want to step in?
The only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in, and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes,
These are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think, yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. They appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks like
same type of.
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them. If they're not active, which, I'm thinking, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove.
Yes.
Just like before. Looks a lot older, So we get into Google, and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
That looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just
engineered. I mean, they do, but engineered by who? Was it man? This is Hawaii, and Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming off of Hawaii, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on. These tubes, these I still try to find the words.
Me too. It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu.
Okay.
And they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what,
That's just
Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
Probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu
Yeah.
or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, and FPV is working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But
Okay.
So
thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model.
Okay.
They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. The same again. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A lot of parts of the ocean, you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just, I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because
Okay.
the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great, let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
Let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, what one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Rahu would be, see the shadow?
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
And now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's, it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful, that piece of software, or however you're doing that is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or?
Yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it like this. And it's, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
Beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did you
see that?
And we just took a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So
No wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, electromagnetism?
yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. You know, look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
It,
yeah.
it,
And
it
that
divides and multiplies. You know, we really are an image of it.
and that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and he there's definitely maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think he was, or those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that. And like I said, the next video, you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant, you know.
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're
like
fantastic. That's the one.
Yeah. You're gonna have to consider electromagnetics. You know, what can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex basically and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
The GoPro rocket.
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off and, of course, pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah, that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well,
No.
we might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But
Okay.
same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautiful, beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next shows. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
So just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take Backspace TV. So okay. He's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see them again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even the P900, I mean, Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience captured. You come outside and there's one right above our house, look.
Goodness me.
You can just see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah. It's strange. The chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. So we're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened
Yeah.
because of the cycles of our earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So
Okay.
I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one,
Okay.
not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And
So,
the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
their key and their shading, and we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also going to, it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning, that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today. And something's going to occur with our technology, a shift, or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So
So this central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
yeah,
Okay.
but we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time.
Sure.
But you're lowlands, you're an island. So other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water's going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
yeah.
They have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So This is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets, and you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to all of, well, most, probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos
Yes.
where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that, and so easily enough we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so while I remember.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to assign a warning. It's another projection. It goes about its business, and it is just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change. And this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other.
Okay.
So, and a good reference to one was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that is local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question? When is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now, it's
gosh.
already started.
Amazing.
Because
Okay.
what you're going to find in the End Times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read, yeah. Lots of different
Yeah.
hybrids of things, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening. And it's there, and, it happens in history. And, go touching on touchy subjects, transgenders and all this, that and the other, all these agendas, our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
There's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No. Well, we did have one other subject, which was colosseums, but I think we're gonna. I think we should start to wrap up here, and the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Leeds Scallions' work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression. And he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine, with the 12 are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it, and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. You know, when I met him, I thought, wow, at last, you know, someone genuine. Because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. You know, he'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So that, you know, it's cool. And of course you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's, you know, it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little play in that. So let's say,
Wow.
been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do, yes. It's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You know, you want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because he will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got, you know, a computer and things. So, you know, we help him put the presentation together and post it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
And do you want to shout out the others as well?
yeah, Rose, Jimbo. If you look at Giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans, where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Coolpix and her husband, who's doing amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
And doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modeling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see. You know, I'm quite computer literate, and you know, I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So, you know, so now to in fact bring them into our project, and you know, like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat Size as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat Size. I met Cat Size before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat Size used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and you know, that's when I came across Flat Earth. When I was moderating in this news stream, I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You know, you're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it, you're not going to let go, are you? You know, there's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat Size. Give it a shout out. You know, she helps us with scriptural decodings, because you know, she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible. Awesome. And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, you know, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but you know, a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't. No. Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, you know, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in. And we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
You know, So it's a case of tiptoeing, you're tiptoeing around everywhere, really. It's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Katz, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone who laid off through the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight.
FPV. This is for you, buddy.
Today, I thought I'd make a small clip to show the discrepancies at the international date line at sunrise. This is where the west allegedly meets the east. As you can see from this information, we have a serious problem here. So, let's revisit the Diomedes. So, we went through the months on the 25th of each month to record the sunrise time for each of the islands. And what we found is a bit of a concern. So let's get into it. First we will cover the data, then we will sum up the discrepancies. March has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times. This is using a rear gate, with Big Diomede receiving its sunrise at 5:01 a.m. and Little Diomede at 8:57 a.m. For this month, we have not gained quite 2 hours on sunrise times from February. April has a 4-hour difference between the islands using a rear gate launch, with Big Island getting its sunrise at 3:02 a.m. and Little Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:58 a.m., with us gaining 2 hours in sunrise times from March. May has a 4-hour difference, also using a rear gate. Big Diomede gets its sunrise at 1:06 a.m. and Little Diomede at 5:02 a.m. We've gained 2 more hours for the sunrise times from April. June is a 4-hour difference using a front gate to launch, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 11:03 p.m. This is during the 24-hour sun period, and Little Diomede not until 3:30 a.m. We've gained an hour and a half this month from May for sunrises. July is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 1:34 a.m. and Little Diomede not receiving its sunrise until 5:38 a.m. We've lost 2 hours on sunrise times from June. August is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with the Big Island receiving sunrise at 3:26 a.m. and the Little Island at 7:29 a.m. We lose another 2 hours on sunrise times from July. September has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times, using a rear gate, with Big Diomede having sunrise at 5:05 a.m. and Little Diomede getting theirs at 9:08 a.m. We lose a little over 2 hours on sunrise times from August. October is a 4-hour difference using a rear gate, with the Big Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:42 a.m. and Little Diomede not until 10:45 a.m. We lose about an hour and a half daylight with this gate being used from September. November is a 3-hour difference of the islands receiving their sunrises. The Big Island at 8:35 a.m. and the Little Island not until 11:37 a.m. We lose another 2 hours of daylight from this gate being used from October. December is a 3-hour difference with the Big Island getting sunrise at 9:46 a.m. and the Little Island not until 12:44 p.m. We lose a little over an hour from November with this gate being the launch gate. In January, we have a 3-hour difference of the Diomede Islands. For January, the sun is using a front gate launch. Big Diomede rises at 8:37 a.m. and Little Diomede rises at 11:33 a.m. We gain almost an hour in sunrise from December. In February, we have a 3-hour difference with the Big Island receiving its sunrise at 6:47 a.m. and the Little Island at 9:42 a.m. February is using a front gate launch, and we gain 2 hours on the sunrise from January. Now, although I cannot explain these islands to the fullest, I concede to the discrepancies. One being the way the sun rises at Big Diomede prior to Little Diomede in every month. If the sun is moving east to west, which it does, how is the island further west getting light so much sooner than the island closer to Alaska? In the beginning of the video, the sun would have had to bounce back and forth to light up the areas I highlighted to achieve the stated sunrise times, which the sun does not do. The only thing that does make sense in this mess is the gate uses and the 3 to 4 hour difference based on where the sun is launching from, and gaining and losing daylight based on the gate uses. I will put a link in the description of a video that E. Greens linked to me, and I highly suggest watching it. It shows some real life issues with traveling to the area, issues with the land, issues with the treatment of the crew, and issues with the flight. Their experience didn't go as planned, and it's well worth the watch. These Diomedes are still very much a puzzle, and anyone that has time, it's well worth looking into, as it destroys the globe, as well as shows one more flaw in the AE map that cannot be explained.
Okay, now the animation One Conscience just showed you was from our season's video. This was real world sunrise data we used from time and date to help sync the sun moving up and down the region beyond the international date line that our sun appears from. Let me show you something else. This map depicts the Mercator globe projection. By that I mean a projection of the Mercator map they have wrapped around a ball, so that northeast Russia meets Alaska. Our research debunks that model, as these two locations are on opposite sides of the world in reality. This projection is only designed to support a globe model and should be discarded. We have fixed this obvious manipulation of the true map previously, and now I'll correct this one. Watch this. As you can see, all the time zones are still intact, and all I have done is put the land masses where they should be in accordance with the real world Mercator map. This shows the international date lines are nothing but a mental block, designed to hide anything that is beyond them, the edge of the globe in that impossible model. Now, the video one Conscience mentioned was one where a pilot and his friends flew a single engine aircraft from Alaska to somewhere they thought was in northeast Russia. This of course is impossible, which means the airfield they landed at is land unknown to you or I, land that is northeast of Alaska. If you watch the video of when they are flying towards this land, you will see bodies of water and various bits of land. You do not see a huge landmass stretching as far as the eyes can see. This is land outside of the known world, and our suspicions are the same in the east. What's beyond this fake international date line, you should wonder? Now, the map we use, you can see a grid overlay on it. This grid came from the Nazca Lines, of which I have been decoding. I believe this overlay is the blueprint to the realm and pinpoints the positions in the north, south, east and west that match scriptural descriptions of what they call portals or gates. You must think of these in electrical terms. A portal decodes as a gate. Every culture in history depicted gates in their mandalas and other glyphs. The configuration of this Nazca Line grid also matched the descriptions given in the Book of Enoch. This is no coincidence. It seems at some point in our history, people actually told the truth and they depicted it everywhere. This is what is sacred about geometry. It is the truth of this world in all its forms. There are also people who visit our streams and comment sections that have noticed even more discrepancies in these areas since we started highlighting them. Look into it, people, it is very important. We will leave you to ponder on this information. Should you wish to look further into our research, you know where to find us. I made this clip to show you how a compass behaves under normal conditions. By normal conditions, I mean without any electromagnetic interference, which can and does happen, such as at the infamous Bermuda Triangle, which is why GPS was created, which is a grid positioning system designed to aid safe navigation. Now take a look at this flight to where these people assumed they were flying towards eastern Russia from Alaska. Upon arrival, they were treated to very hostile and suspicious conditions and were even threatened with suggestions like, "You will go missing." Look at their compass on the aircraft's dashboard while it was sat on the runway. Do you see a problem here? As you can see, they did not land in eastern Russia, but they definitely landed somewhere west of Alaska. I'm going to pass you to someone who knows the real name of this land. All yours, Elijah.
So, once again, just more mind-blowing, incredible information being revealed, as you saw from FPV Angel. And if you look in a picture here, that's on a screen, that's a screenshot of the actual video, so you know where to find it. And I've also put As you can see, that's the time paused in the video, exactly where you can see on their dashboard, and on the compass, the actual direction it says they actually are going. So it's, again, it's exposing that. And yeah, like you said, the hostility, the way they were treated was really horrible and bad by the security and all of that. They just, you know, it was just basically intimidated, basically, you know. And there's another account from some people who it's also happened to, and I've got some notes from their diary of those events too. But first, yeah, on to that landmass, that new landmass or continent that's being hidden from us. And basically you'll find it on all old maps. You will find this going back to the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, and even earlier. You'll find this on all of those maps, and it's just been hidden and buried nowadays. But yeah, you'll find hundreds of them. You research and you'll look, you'll find them, and they're all there. But you know, again, it's just like political maps gone mad nowadays. They hide everything else beyond. You'll find this on there. It's called Terra Isonis, and it's also known as Terra Isonis Incognita. And it's a massive landmass, as you can see. I mean, it's almost stretching, you know, as far as you can see, it's up there by Alaska. It's almost stretching as far as the east of America to the south of America. Sorry, the west of America. Yeah, it's almost stretching as far there, as you can see. Look at the distance there. That's incredible. Just look in the picture. And again, here's more maps of it. Many more maps. Have a good look. Pause if you'll need to take a good look here. And again, I've put a comparison where you can see it at the top in this picture, whereas at the bottom they've hidden it and took it off all the newer maps, and they got the fake bearing straight with Russia literally next to Alaska, America and Canada, which is just not the reality. So yeah, this Terra Isonis Incognita, this area is very interesting, and it's a massive landmass or continent by the looks of things. And here again, you can see old maps with California being separate, and you got a path through there as well, going through Canada and Alaska, and above there, very different layout and look of the continents there.
Good evening, everybody, or good early morning. Actually, now it's 12:01. That means early morning, 0001 a.m. Today is 28th of January 28th, 2018. Actually, I would like to share with you something which is really weird, really weird. I put the distance here. If I'm going for voyage for cruising from port of Midway Island here to port of Wake Island, which is, you can see both of them over here. In other laptop, we can see both of them are here. Midway. This is Midway Island, and Wake Island is somewhere here. This is Wake Island. So if we calculate the distance between Wake Island, which is here. No, I don't want that. I want actually straight path from Wake Island to Midway. This is Midway. As per Google map, it's just 1.250 thousand miles, 1,250 miles. Okay, let's agree on that. It's just 1,200. it's 1,250 miles. Just to register it. Then we will go back again to check that site which Aleppo which Ahmed Elbab Binto talks about and other guys talks about, which takes too much long time. They actually captured the screenshot, which I could not. I used this one actually as a guidance. This is Midway, and this is the Wake Island. Moreover, I will choose now that Baker Island and what's that called? Fanafuti Island. Baker Island and Fanafuti. But if we go again to Midway Island and Wake Island, we get the shock here. They have to travel from Wake Island all over this distance to get from A to B or B to A, same distance, which is 23,928 nautical mile, and they need 99.7 days, almost 100 days, with a speed of 10 knots. 10 knots means 10 knots per hour. 10 nautical knots per hour, like 18 kilometers, 18 point, say, okay, in sake of approximately, we can say 18 point quarter, 0.25 or a half per hour, 18 kilometers per hour. To get all that distance, to cover all that distance, they need almost 100 days, 99.7, which is so weird. Why they could not just pass like that or like this? Because there is something here, something really really strong here, really tough. They cannot pass through it, so they have to go west, or from here since it's A, then they have to go to east to get this place. Why they cannot just make shortcut here? It's just 1,250 miles. That's all. They will take over 10, over 15. They will take just 9 days if they want to enjoy the time. 9 days. That's all. Even though they took the longest route to reach to that point. Again, if we are going back again to the two ports that we suggest, yeah, this is again the two ports that I would like to put. I'll select the one that I told you guys here. I will select this Baker Island, so I'll go to the screen over there and write Baker Island. Baker Island. Well, it has not been recognized at all. 2. Where is that? The other one. This is Baker Island. Then the other one is Fakao. Yes, Fakao Harbor, and I will say calculate. An error occurred. Please try again. Okay, so this is Fakao. Okay, I'll take the other one, which is Alufi. This is Fakao and Alufi. 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 Okay. Calculate. It says here only 660 nautical mile. It needs 2.8 days, which is a little bit logic. Which is little bit logic. This is the one, and this is the other one over here. Okay, so this is Alufi, and this is Nuku'alofa. Nuku'alofa. Nuku. I got it. Oh, they cannot find the root. Wow, it's too strange. Look guys, they cannot find the root. Root cannot be found. Why? There is a problem there. Again, we will go to the map. This is Alufi, and this is Nuku'alofa. Okay, we will select Apia. This is Samau, Apia. So the second destination is Apia. Apia. So port of Tonga. I guess they are the same. Port of. This is Tonga. Okay. It's not that much. Actually, I selected the wrong one. Port of Apia. This is Apia, and this is Nuku. Okay, they are in the same place, but midway. Let's find midway. Midway Island. 11 days and 2,700 nautical mile from here to here, Apia. They said how much? It is 2,700. This is like almost more than 4,000 kilometers, but it's okay. It's okay. Control, scroll down. I have to minimize the. This is control and scroll down. Yeah. Okay. So it's fine. So the one which is not worked, which is Midway and. Okay. Midway and Wake Island, it doesn't work. Let me find Baker Island and Majuro. Baker Island, it's not shown there. Okay, Baker Island, Apia. Let me check with Apia. This is Apia on the other side, and that island which is Rarotonga. Yeah. Rarotonga. So I'll tell him to calculate. Still it's 4.7 days or 1,118 nautical mile. So it works. It actually works. It works. But look, the route itself, it's look like it has to pass through a gate. I don't know what's that. Why they could not do it like that? Why it has to be like this, like they are going through a gate? I don't know. Anyhow, let's try and find out. This is Midway and this is Wake Island. It could not work. This is, let's find out Port Villa. This is next to you, Sam. Port Villa to Midway. Port Villa, Midway, Midway Island to Port Villa. Not Port Villa, Argentine. We mean Port Villa, the one that it's here. Yeah, Port Villa. Port single L, not double L. So Port Villa. Maybe he would not recognize that as well. Yeah, he did not recognize that. Midway Island to somewhere in what's that called, in España, maybe Spain, maybe, most likely. I guess I lost the power here, so let me charge that laptop. Okay, got it. Okay, so we have that doubt first. Then let's go again. Port Villa is not working, so we will change it with another destination. Let's go back again to that map. So Port Villa is not working. Suva is a good example actually. So Suva. Yep, Fiji. Again, same problem. If I want to go from Midway, this is Midway, to Port Suva, Midway Island to Port Suva, look, I need to get 97.4 days. The distance is 23,373 nautical mile with a speed of 10 knots. This is a lot. This is sea route and distance. It's a lot. Port, look here, Port of Midway Island to Port of Suva, this distance. This is so weird, guys. So weird. And look here, they're showing it that they are exactly top of each other. Here as well, the same. Look what they are showing here. Something really weird. Meanwhile, if we go to Google Map, Suva is supposed to be somewhere here. Fiji has to be a little bit here, somewhere here. This is Apia. This is Fiji. This is okay. Clear again. This is Fiji and this is Midway. This is the Midway. Port Villa. This is Suva. This is 3,000 here. It says 3,161 miles. 3,161 miles. So weird, guys. This is so weird. That's what I want to share with you. Well done, the guys who really give us good hint about Mr. Ahmed, or other guys who contribute that. Richard, you do well, brother. You do very well, Richard. And the guys who comment that on that also, it's really a good job. All the best and good luck. Bye.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom centre is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them on near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, That light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sun Gate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpix Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the Sun Gate tracker. We do think the Sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the Sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the Sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from Gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in Gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to Gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the Sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you, more surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our Sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world, as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld. Hello, and welcome to another APM Research Focus Decoding. Today we will decode Jehovah. This is the biblical name of the God of Israel. This God is not the creator of the realm and all, which we will elaborate on today. This God is one of the little g's that are creating on a more micro scale than the source creator. Their roles, we at APM Research have been highlighting for some time now. Also known as a tetragrammaton in ancient Hebrew. In metaphysics, tetragrammaton is a mathematical equation for the essence of the universe. From APM perspective, everything we have researched in the last few years all leads to the same conclusion. There is a creator and a construct. Various cultures have depicted this as a pentagram, with each point representing an element: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spirit we now know to be electrical, with positives and negatives being manipulated and stacked by the force known as magnetism. Jehovah is also depicted in sacred geometry symbols, such as the one we see here. This overlays beautifully on our realm and shows us the energy flow and some very special cross points we have discussed in great detail in the past. The sacred geometry we come across everywhere are also used by Freemasons, and their logo, which shows expansion and compression, which we have decoded, this representing our realm, undertakes to perform its functions. The manipulation of the 5 main mentioned elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. 90% of them probably don't understand the meaning of the logo as we do. It was designed long ago and stolen by the ones at the top of the pyramid and called their own, just like many other symbols. The masses look at it blindly. We, with APM eyes, have taken off the blinders and learn all these ancient symbols and their true meanings. Today, we remove the blinders to the formula Jehovah. So let's begin and learn what Jehovah really means and the little g's functions and roles in our realm.
Y is the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives. This is what Walter Russell's work was based upon. To elaborate further on the Y and how this came to be, we have to look inside the vortex. This is the electromagnetic components mixing the positives from above with the negatives below. This is what causes the reaction that forces the division and multiplication of the sex pairs into what we call electricity. H is the horizontal component of terrestrial magnetism. We have to think of the insides of a capacitor. The equatorial plane is the center of this giant capacitor, our very plane of existence in the realm model. The positives are forced upwards and the negatives are forced downwards. This is the purpose of the horizontal component. It keeps the opposing polarities separate. This is how the capacitor maintains its equilibrium. This can be explained in Walter Russell's work, which shows 2 opposing forces being separated by a third force, which we now know to be magnetism. Magnetism's purpose is to divide the positives and negatives and maintain an equilibrium. V is the velocity that takes place when dividing the sex pairs. There is specific velocity for dividing the positives and negatives. In our terms, this would be equal to the speed of lightning. In Newtonian mechanics, linear momentum, translational momentum, or just momentum, is the product of the mass and velocity of an object. It is a vector quantity assessing the magnitude and direction. H. This is Planck's constant. This is a physical constant that is an electromagnetic action which relates to the energy carried by a photon to its frequency. Planck theorized that the equations of motion for light describe a set of harmonic oscillators, one for each possible frequency. The spectral radiance of a body describes the amount of energy it emits at different frequencies. So in simple terms, this is the frequency the energy radiates. Scriptures tell us God is light. Walter Russell did say there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. That time is now. Open your eyes, people, and see the glory that has been hidden from you. The descriptions and sacred geometries given by every culture are doing their very best to describe the glory of the realm. That glory is this technological glory which reveals a very intelligent creator.
YH, VH. You will notice that H appears twice, but governs 2 different arenas. The first H is the magnetism that forms the equatorial plane of the macrocosm. The second H refers to Planck's constant, which regulates the energy in the smallest units of light. The constant itself is the mathematical expression that represents how much energy a photon has, based on its wavelength. We know from Walter Russell that what regulates energy into its opposing components is magnetism. So the 2 H's both represent magnetism. In this respect, the H's can be likened to the number 1. 1 is an interesting number because it can be used to express the whole of a system or the smallest unit within a system. The first H is magnetism that governs the system as a whole, while the second H is the magnetism that governs the smallest units, as above, so below. Another interesting connection is the Greek letter epsilon. Epsilon is the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew letter H. Epsilon is used by mathematicians in the formula for dielectric permittivity. In this respect, epsilon is the measure of the ability of a dielectric to become polarized. The higher the permittivity, the more polarization can be achieved. The more I explore APM with my colleagues, the more we come to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Such a beautiful and harmonious balance exists in this realm of our Creator. Yet that very balance is in jeopardy because of a select, greedy few. My own personal belief is that this exploitation will not last much longer. We are entering a new age, and the warnings handed down to us are very precise. The way I understand it, there will be a shift in the energy of this realm, and it will not be compatible with the lower emotional frequencies we associate with evil behavior. I know not what is in store for those who continue down that dark path. What I know is that those of us who live in our heart already are in the great shelter of life. Much love to you all.
Although we cannot give this the wording, splendor, or glory it deserves, we can put it into layman's terms for all to understand. What we are highlighting in this decode is the formula YHVH has given us to harness the electrical energy of our realm and understand its mechanisms. All of nature is attributed to the mechanics of the angels. This is the nature of our realm. This is what the ancients knew and the Creator wanted us to understand clearly. Look around, people. You will see sacred geometry everywhere, from the micro to the macro in life. Now, we should be more clear why the ancients called the luminaries of our heavens gods, spelt with a little g, O-D-S. Although they are doing their role creating, they are not the source creator, but a creation themselves, of magnificence and glory according to scriptural descriptions put here to serve their function by the source creator. I don't know if our brains are able to grasp the magnitude of the whole of the source, but piece by piece we can understand our realm.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy.
Today we're going to look at the ancient traditions of planting seeds according to the moon phases and the zodiac. Gardeners who rely on planting by the moon phases are convinced that this ancient tradition produces healthier, more vigorous plants with bigger crops. Many gardeners agree that planting by the moon really works. The only way to know for sure is to give moon phase gardening a try. And after all, what can it hurt? And it may just help. Let's learn a little more about how to garden by the moon phases. Gardening by the moon, or the zodiac elements, is an holistic gardening process that allows our gardening practices to root us to our ancestral path. Even in our modern times, we have the opportunity to follow traditions that have been practiced for centuries. Evidence of its practices dates back to the early civilizations of the Euphrates River Valley, and it can be found in the folklore of ancient societies all over the world. Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote about planting by the moon in his History of Nature. Yet despite such a long history, using the moon to determine the best time to plant and other gardening practices were lost due to modern times and industrialization. But it's time for a revival. At a glance, gardening by the moon or the zodiac can seem like it takes lots of specialized knowledge, or it's a practice shrouded in mystery. However, it just takes awareness of the larger world around you and paying attention to the natural cycles, which is something that anyone can cultivate. Moon gardening simply involves knowing what phase the moon is in, and using that information to know what type of seeds to grow. Can you imagine how powerful it would be to intrinsically know what phase of the moon we were in, like how our ancestors did by simply gazing at the night sky? Most of us know when the moon is full, as she stands bright in the sky, but what about the other more subtle phases? As you have probably noticed, the moon looks different from one day to the next. First we have the new moon that is enshrouded in shadow when the sky appears moonless. This is called a fallow period. This signifies the death of the old before the start of the new, and planting should not begin until you see the first quarter crescent. At other times we see a full moon when the entire face of the moon is illuminated. And of course there are other phases in between. one is waxing or growing with light, comes after the dark new moon and slowly illuminates the moon more and more until a full moon is reached. When we have seen the full moon, the illumination on the moon slowly decreases from the right, and this is called waning, and continues until the moon is fully dark. A new moon is reached again. In the southern hemisphere, the waning illumination will be seen on the left. This is what is called a lunar cycle and lasts for 29.5 days. So how do we know when and what kind of seed to grow according to the moon phase? Full moon. During this phase, the moon is at its brightest with no shadow at all. Energy is drawn down, and after the moon has peaked, the light starts to decrease, which is good for root growth. Plant root crops such as beets, carrots, onions and potatoes. This is also a good phase to transplant any type of plant. Full moons had given names in many ancient cultures. The full moon names we use today often reflect the changing seasons and nature, like harvest moon, strawberry moon and snow moon. Some years have 13 full moons, which makes at least one of them a blue moon, as it doesn't quite fit in with the traditional full moon naming system. However, this is not the only definition of a blue moon. About every 19 years there is no full moon in February. This is one of several definitions of the term black moon. The other definitions refer to a new moon which does not fit in with the equinoxes or solstices similar to a blue moon. When the Julian calendar was introduced in 45 BCE, Latin month names gradually became more common in Europe. However, the ancient pagan names were not forgotten. Old High German month names were introduced by Charlemagne, Charles the Great, who ruled as king of the Franks and later emperor of the Romans from 774 to 814. And Old English or pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon month names were collected by the English monk Venerable Bede in 725. Today, many of these ancient month names have been adopted as names for the full moon of each month. A common explanation published in the Old Farmer's Almanac is that colonial Americans adopted Native American names and incorporated them in the modern calendar. However, it seems that the full moon names we use today also have Anglo-Saxon and Germanic roots. The full moon in January is the wolf moon, named after howling wolves, which may stem from the Anglo-Saxon lunar calendar. Other names, moon after Yule, old moon, ice moon and snow moon, are sometimes used for January full moon. The snow moon is the full moon in February, named after the snowy conditions. Some North American tribes named it the hunger moon due to the scarceness of food during midwinter, while other names are storm moon and chaste moon, but the last name is more common for the full moon in March. The last full moon of the winter season is March, and it's called the worm moon because of the earthworms that come out at the end of winter. It is also known as the crow moon, crust moon, sap moon, sugar moon or chaste moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is Lenten moon. The full moon in April is the pink moon, from the pink flowers that bloom in the early spring. Other names for this full moon include sprouting grass moon, fish moon, hare moon, and the Old English Anglo-Saxon name is egg moon. It is also known as the Paschal moon because it is used to calculate the date for Easter. The May full moon is known as flower moon to signify the flowers that bloom during this month. Other names for the full moon in May are corn planting moon and milk moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. June's full moon is the strawberry moon, as these little red berries ripen at this time. Other names are hot moon, mead moon and rose moon. The full moon in the month of July is called buck moon to signify the new antlers that emerge on deer bucks' foreheads around this time. This full moon is also known as thunder moon, wart moon and hay moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in August is called sturgeon moon because of the large number of fish in the lakes where the Algonquin tribes fished. Other names for this full moon include green corn moon, barley moon, fruit moon and grain moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in the month of September in the Old Farmer's Almanac is called harvest moon, which corresponds with the Old English Anglo-Saxon name, while other names are corn moon or full corn moon or barley moon. In October every 3 years the hunter's moon is also the harvest moon. Traditionally, people in the Northern Hemisphere spent the month of October preparing for the coming winter by hunting and preserving meats to use as food. This led to October's full moon being called the hunter's moon, dying grass moon and blood moon or sanguine moon. However, this should not be confused with the total lunar eclipse blood moon. According to folklore, the full moon in November is named after beavers who became active while preparing for the winter. It is also known as frosty moon, and along with the December full moon, some called it oak moon. Traditionally, if the beaver moon is the last full moon before the winter solstice, it is also called the morning moon. December is the month when winter begins for most in the Northern Hemisphere, and the full moon is called the cold moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is the moon before Yule, while another name is wolf moon. However, this is more common for the January full moon. The waning moon, or decreasing in light after full moon, and now the shadow is on the right hand side of the moon and the illumination on the left. This will also be reversed in the southern hemisphere, and the illumination will decrease until new moon again. After full moon, when you can see a quarter of the moon in shadow, this is called waning gibbous, until the moon is again half light and half shadow. This phase is called third quarter. Until we see 3/4 shadow and a quarter light, this phase is called waning crescent. These phases of the moon influence how much light is in the garden or not. There are detailed lunar planting calendars available in print or online, such as timeanddate.com, and I'll leave a link to that in the description. You can also download moon phase calendar apps for your mobile device. The new moon, this is when the moon is in its darkest phase and isn't visible in the sky. A new moon is not a good time for planting, but just after, when you just see the first crescent, you can begin to grow. The waxing moon. If you live in the Northern Hemisphere, the waxing crescent illumination will be on the right-hand side of the moon and vice versa in the Southern Hemisphere. During this phase, the moon's effect on water in the ground is making it more positively charged, forcing it up to the surface, causing the seeds to swell and burst. There is a surge of energy through the plants and the sap begins to rise through the stems. These factors, along with the increasing moonlight, create balanced root and leaf growth. This is the best time for planting above ground annual crops that produce their seeds outside the fruit, such as lettuce, spinach, celery, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower and grain crops. Cucumbers like this phase also, even though they are the exception to the rule. During the waxing of the moon, the period extended from the day the moon is new to the day it reaches its fullest point. It is suggested that the moon's frequency is responsible for pushing moisture upwards. From an APM perspective, we would consider that the moon plays a part in increasing the positive charge of moisture, thus causing it to rise in our atmosphere and align where its potential is evenly matched with its surroundings. Seeds do well during this time because moisture is available at the surface of the soil, and also increasing light from the growing moon is good for leaf growth. Don't plant below ground plants during this time. The plants will be full of leaves on top, with little growth under the ground. When the moon is waxing, this is the time to start planting annual flowers such as marigolds, nasturtiums and petunias. And is also the best time to plant above ground crops that produce seeds inside of the fruit, like beans, melons, peas, peppers, squash, tomatoes and chili peppers. During the moon's journey across the earth, the moon passes in front of all the zodiac constellations. This alignment is used to guide the best planting days and harvesting days, etc. As we know from our horoscopes, each constellation is affiliated with an element: earth, air, fire and water. Earth signs are Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn and are associated with roots. Air signs are Gemini, Libra and Aquarius. They are associated with flowers. Fire signs are Aries, Leo and Sagittarius and are associated with fruits and seeds. Water signs are Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. These are associated with leaves. For example, eggplants are a fruit. These would be planted on a fire sign, such as Leo. Carrots, for instance, are a root vegetable and would be planted on an earth sign, such as Taurus. The 12 signs of the zodiac are also associated with body parts. Aries represents the head, Taurus for the neck and throat, Gemini for the arms and chest, Cancer for the breasts, Leo the heart and back, Virgo for the bowels, Libra the kidneys, Scorpio the loins, Sagittarius the thighs, Capricorn the knees, Aquarius for the legs, and Pisces the feet. Starting with Aries the head, the frequency runs down your body to end at Pisces, 2 or 3 days each month, and the frequency starts again. There are 4 signs that are very fertile, and you want to plant when the moon is in these signs. You can remember them by this saying: signs plant thick crops. Signs meaning Scorpio, plants for Pisces, thick for Taurus, and crops for Cancer. And how do we find when the moon is in a sign? The Farmer's Almanac is a great wealth of information, and I'll leave a link to that and to a moon and zodiac phase calendar in the description, but there's plenty of others online where you can find what signs rule on what day. Aries and Leo, that's the head and the heart, they are killing signs, so don't plant anything if the moon is in these signs. Then there are a series of so-so signs that run from thighs to knees and legs, which are Sagittarius, Capricorn and Aquarius. And one of the things you do in these signs, if you can catch the time when the moon is in a dark phase or waning and the signs are moving out of the body, this is the time to make changes. Repot or transplant your plants, and on a personal note, things like stopping smoking, going on a diet, starting a new job or moving house, this is a great time to do these things. So to recap, the darker the moon, the sign is moving out of the body. There are 2 phases of the moon each month, the light phase, waxing, and the dark phase, waning, and they last 14 days each. You want to plant in the light of the moon for above ground crops, and when the new moon is in the sky to full moon, that's when you want to plant below ground crops. Air and fire signs are considered barren, a time to skip the planting and focus on weeding and pruning. The sign of Libra is an exception to that rule. It is semi-fertile and good for blooming herbs and flowers, tubers, roots and vines. Weed in the sign of Leo, so seeds won't sprout. Do your harvesting in a fourth quarter fire sign to preserve fruit and vegetables for storage. According to the lunar calendar, root crops such as carrots, turnips and potatoes produce the best yields if planted when the moon is in the sign of Capricorn. Above ground crops like annual flowers and vegetables are said to benefit from planting while the moon is in Cancer. Put very simply, to garden by the signs, you plant when the moon is both waxing and in a fertile water or earth sign. Do weeding, tilling and harvesting when the moon is waning and in a barren sign. One more tip, don't plant on a Sunday. It's designated as a fiery barren day, not suitable for planting regardless of what sign it's under. The occurrence of Easter is based on the lunar calendar, and it makes a little more sense if you know about gardening with the moon signs. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon, following the spring equinox. The 2 to 4 days following a full moon are often the most fertile for planting, according to the lunar calendar. Good Friday is recognised as the best planting day of the spring for certain crops like potatoes. So does it matter? That's always a good question when exploring things in the unseen. It is touted that when plants are sown at the right timing of the moon phase and birth sign, plants do better.
They show increased growth, better resiliency against pests, larger harvests and take longer to go to seed. There is not much scientific evidence that astrological gardening or planting by the moon phase has any beneficial effects. Now it's your turn. Test the validity of gardening by the moon in your own garden. Plant some crops by the correct moon phase or birth sign and others by the wrong moon phase or sign. Experiment with above ground and below ground crops. I'm going to try this way of planting this year to see if it makes a difference. Happy gardening!
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us again on Cat Eye's Return. Tonight we're going to be talking about FPV's research and some more stuff that he's going to update us on. And we have Gwen Conscious also that's going to contribute some of her work that correlates with his research. Cats, as always, thank you for having us, and you guys carry on.
Okay, let me say something. Everybody in chats, thank you for joining me another day, really. I appreciate with all my heart that you guys are here spending your time on this hangout. I am grateful. Thanks. Okay, I'll give it to FPV back or Connor.
Yeah, thanks for the support, guys. Absolutely, no doubt.
Hello everyone. Is it over to me now, is it, guys?
Yes, it is. FPV.
Okay. Hello everyone. Yeah. Right, what we're going to do on this one, we're going to show you some connections from the Maya civilization. Christian scripts and from the Vedic as well. So this one's going to be about some main updates for you. So I'll just screen share this and give you a little background on main stuff. Right, the Maya conceived of the world as flat and four-cornered, with the directions of the four corners lying approximately in between the cardinal directions. Each corner had a characteristic colour. The north's colour was white, the south's yellow, the east's red, and the west's black. Green was the characteristic colour of the Earth's centre according to the main model. The Earth spins around a central axis consisting of a huge ceiba tree called the Waka Chan, or world tree, whose trunk extends into the heavens towards the North Star and whose roots delve deep below the plane of the Earth. The heavens themselves rotate around this axis on a giant celestial sphere, making the Mayan model of the Earth highly reminiscent of a spinning gyroscope. The main model holds the Earth that is but one of the three coexisting universes, the upper world, the underworld, and the human or concrete world. Unifying these three planes, the world tree serves as a portal between the human world and other two worlds through which the gods pass freely. Four bakabs, or atlases, support the plane of the Earth from below. In turn, four giant ceiba trees located at each corner of the world hold aloft the upper world, which hovers over the plane of the Earth during the daytime. Most of the benevolent gods in the main pantheon, called Axlachon inhabit the upper world, which the lofty branches of the world tree divide into 13 levels. So the upper world's got 13 levels, or layers. The underworld, situated below the plane of the Earth, is a grim place of darkness and decay, very similar to the Mesopotamian land of the dead. Evil gods known collectively as the Lords of Death, or Olontiku, the bearers of drought, hurricanes, and war, dwell in the 9 levels of the underworld. The Maya believe that at night these celestial planes rotate around the Earth's axis, giving human observers a view of the underworld and temporarily concealing the upper world. Some scholars submit the more popular opinion that the sun travels through the subterranean underworld at night to re-emerge from the Earth at dawn. In this view, each day is a cycle of destruction and rebirth, as the Maya believed that the world could be symbolized by a giant reptile that devours and regurgitates the sun at sunset and sunrise, respectively. Kin, the sun god, emerges from the maw of the earth in the morning, ascends through the 13 levels of heaven, arriving at the uppermost level at noon, and descends once more through the upper world to re-enter the underworld at dusk. Thus, Kin unites the three worlds of the Maya faith. So I hope you can see a little bit of correlation going on there on this underworld and upper world and different layers. I'll keep playing this clip for you to watch. And I'll show you some connections to the work we're doing with the main connection. Right, the mains have 9 primary gods, you'll notice here. In total, they do have 266 deities. Now you can see the same 9 again, linking to the work we're doing on the grid, 9 primary ones. And then you get the wives, husbands, sons and daughters, and etc., until you end up with 266 of these deities on the grid. So that's actually more than we've noticed before in other scriptures. The main one seems to hold 66 of these locations. I'll call them locations. And you can see there the correlation to the work we're doing. It's telling the same story as the Vedic and Christian teachings. Now with the Mayan, they've got 6 houses. The underworld contains 6 houses, or should I say 6 primary houses. And I'm going to show you the connection there between the Mayan and the work we've been doing, which is the underworld are called Solomon's Temple. You notice there it says there were six rooms involved. Take a look at this pyramid-shaped structure below us again and count the tiers. 6-tier pyramid. So again, some correlation of connecting dots with these 6 tiers, the pyramid or the 6 rooms. I think they reference in the same 6 rooms that's displayed in this image here. 6 houses, and basically they're the same 6 houses which is in this image. 6 layers below us that contain different rooms that are to do with the workings of our world. That's basically what they're telling you. Now, a little bit more about God 7. God 7, the manifestations of God 7, it's man cool. He's got different names they use for him. Each had dominion over and were identified with a cosmic dimension and later with a cardinal direction and colour. The 7 had innate compulsion to create, so they took counsel and unanimously decided to say the word that would create the new dimension of breadth. Manifesting through the heart of heaven, breadth extended infinitely through the 4 quarters. Its Melkarn, Teepa and Cuckoo mats mark the cosmic centre with the 3 green stones. So what they're telling you here is between these 7 gods, or 7 angels, 7 pieces of technology, they're responsible for the creating what we're seeing around us. Land mass, what's going on in the heavens, etc., etc. This is what this story is basically breaking down. So between the 7 of them, they seem to realise that if they work together, all this can be created. They agreed that creating progeny to populate their dominions was the right thing to do. Together, they said the word once again, the blue-green light of differentiation filled the chaos and their progeny. The seeds of heaven, matter, earth, and the waters of the underworld became manifest. All things were confounded within the 2-dimensional universe, the Chat-Chan, the low-down heavens, where generation after generation of denizens, the seeds of world to be, lived and had their being. At that moment of creation, God 7 knew that any act of creation could be realized only if the 7 were together with absolute concordance of all parts. This creative act of God has 7 started cosmic evolution. The ethereal differentiated into substances, each attracted to and attracting its opposite, merging into each other, and modifying its own essence into a duality that completely transformed its forces into something new, which balanced in its own innate characteristic. Each was akin to its own substance, the spiritual never changing its divinity, the ethereal becoming ether, the material becoming matter. The Chat-Chan was then a 2-dimensional ethereal world. Generation after generation of denizens populated the intermingled 2 worlds, who opened portals linked them in a harmonious duality, at one end with the spiritual world of the creators and at the other world with the dark waters of the underworld. So that's a little bit about the main beliefs. they kind of, what they're believing in there really is what we're kind of working on here. You know, it's clearly talking about the same grid, the same overlays that came from Nazca Peru, the same worlds, all, you know, they're all being referenced in various scriptures, and it's all relating to this map and work we're currently doing here, we're finding. So you've got 13 layers above Earth in what they call heaven. Now the work we've been doing, it's layer 1, say, is the sun and moon's layer. That's the layer we've been looking at, that's got these halos. And then we realised after looking at images of Venus, that of course Venus and all the other luminaries and planets and such out there, they're obviously on the same kind of halos, but just at different levels. So we've got a multi-tiered heaven, and it seems to be arranged in layers using halos. And the work, like I said, the work we're doing, I'm saying it's projected from below because the technology below is what's projecting these halos into the sky. CERN being an example, it is projection technology using electromagnetics. And this is what's creating the sun and moon's paths. And if you've seen those halo videos we've shown before, you can see the sun navigating around them. You know, the sun and moon are clearly navigating using these halos. And if you look at the image we showed of Venus before with barium that's in the atmosphere, you can actually see what Venus really looks like and the halo that she's on. You know, you can actually see the whole path in the sky of what these are following. Now,
yeah, you've shown me before. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, so, you know, correlation is that the gods of the layers, well, are creating the layers. The different layers are created by what they call gods, angels, you know, pick a name. It doesn't matter which scripture you look at. The older the better, I'm finding, because, you know, they're not going into devils and this, that and the other. They're just breaking it down into what they've been taught. And basic to look at, really. And when you put the connections together between the grid, the halos, the technology in our skies, this dome that people are talking about, it's probably a dome shape, but this is not a glass dome. It is electromagnetic halo dome. It's multi-layered halo, dome of halos is what we're finding it to be. What we're going to do now is One Conscience. She's going to show you some of her work. Because what we realized was when we're following this network of grids down below ground, the ley lines, or the 12 by 12 grid in that map, it's these are the sun and moon's paths, and we're realizing that it's technology switching on and off below ground that's creating volcanoes and such. So I'm going to pass you over to One Conscience, and she can give you an update on how her work's starting to relate to what we've been doing. Over to you, One.
All right. Okay, so let's start out with the fact that I've been tracking earthquakes for a couple of years now. A guy on YouTube teaches people how to do it, so it's trackable, traceable, repeatable information. So let's start out with a basic path. There we go. So what you're seeing is the basic path that earthquakes travel. It does this every single time. It's repeatable, it's traceable. We can look at it, make a map, and it'll pinpoint the same positions pretty much every time. So what that's showing us is how the pressure is transferring across the plane and how it's activating different corners and bringing in different seasons with it. So we get these swarms up here, for instance, in Alaska. See all the little arrows? We get swarms in all those little places, and with it brings in cold weather, like it just did not too long ago. The same is happening down here, and it'll bring in their summer. Now, I'm tracking this daily, weekly, and I've also got some equinoxes to show you how it swarms out at different equinoxes, showing how it kind of moves across the plane. So the basic path also is they start out as deep earthquakes. Now, typically, the start point, I was taught, starts above New Zealand. I'm kind of thinking about that a bit differently. New Zealand does swarm all the time, constantly, so it's definitely an active spot, and it pushes a lot of pressure. But as for the actual start point, I'm still not positive. I'll have to watch it for a while. Anyway, it pushes around. You can see its paths hitting along the way. When we get to these yellow X's, I kind of call those a reset spot, mostly because I don't have data to see if it goes beyond those points, but down the center there, they definitely hit those spots. They go back to the corners and they start over. Now, as for actual data, that's all I have. I could make some assumptions, but I'd choose not to do that at this time. I'd rather give actual data. So, give me a second.
I can interject there a little if you want.
Okay, yep.
I'll give you some assumptions, guys. Where those yellow crosses are is where the technology rests that's just been switched on. What you're following there is a path of energy leading up to where some technology rests, and it's being activated. Basically, that's what I'm looking. That's how that's reading to me. But that's
okay.
That's where I'm coming from. Right, back to you.
Okay. So we'll move on. We'll go into the equinoxes. So I have tracked from 2008 until 2017. The last moment I actually ditched out 2017 because I don't have enough data. There literally was one earthquake that I put on one of my maps and decided that something skewed with it. So we'll start out here. So this is just March of 2008, okay? So you can see all the blue is what I'm recording as 50 kilometers or less, okay? The reason that I'm doing it that way is because FPV's theory is that at 10 kilometers down is an activation point. And we can see that because we have most of these are actually between 10 and 12 kilometers down. I put it at a 50 kilometer down because I just didn't want to put that many different colors on the map. But so yellow is a little bit deeper, and these purple ones, they're always 200 kilometers or deeper. So I'm still trying to really figure out if all the shallow leads to the deep or the deep leads to the shallow. I think the deep leads to the shallow. I'd have to track dates to get all that data. So, sorry. So anyway, moving on, there's June. The way it's saved, it was stupid. That's why I have to keep going back in and opening it. September. So we can kind of watch it move. So it's transferring, okay? So I did every year the same as that. I'll make a slideshow once I get a little better at computers to show the actual true movement of it. But, hold on, I'm trying to find my weeklies. My weekly data seems to be way more accurate because I'm doing it every single day. So this would be week 1. I switched maps. So see how all the deep quakes, and this was actually the week of our solstice that just passed, and it was quite a bit of movement. So rather than go on and on about every single map I've done, the point is that we are watching the pressure transfer through the plane. It's activating at the corners, and it's rolling across the plane, and it's causing larger movement. With the larger movement, it seems is when the weather actually starts to come in, whether it's cold or warm. We'll show it again in the spring. We'll show it again in the summer for sure. And the last thing that I was working on was the water currents that go along with everything else. So these are the water currents mapped out. I went to I think a weather.gov site or something and actually hand did these. So it follows the same movement. It you can see it. The blue kind of mixes with the red down here, but it swirls at the corners. See how it kind of does these swirlies and then it kind of comes back around.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's really all I've been working on. It takes a really long time to do this, but it's really, correlating and showing everything that FPV is saying about the underside is definitely occurring, and we're tracking it and coming up. I'd say give it a year seriously of following all these quakes and everything in the 4 seasons, and we should have a really good layout of how these things happen, when they happen, and how they happen, and we should be able to follow that with all of our movement data. That's about all I have.
That's fantastic work, Juan. Well done.
Yeah,
great to see it like that. I'm glad you went through it there, because there's a few bits I wasn't sure of, but now you cleared it up for me.
Yeah, trying to send you photos and show and explain what it is very hard. It's easier just to show you on the camera. This is what's going on.
Yeah.
So hopefully now when I send the pictures, you'll see a little bit more because of this conversation. So
what I'm thinking now on is, those deeper ones, they could be controlling the other layers. The blue layer could be, the blue layer could be for pick layer 1, say, and the next one layer 2. Yeah,
well,
it's a track. We can't track everything.
I
in the sky. It would be impossible, wouldn't it?
So here is where all deep quakes happen. Just broke down by itself. I actually put them on their own little map, but this is where it happens all the time, every time. Sometimes it's all at once, but most of the time, it's based on which energy is coming in. So the one up here in the northeast, if we get deep quakes there, we see a lot of pressure roll across like the Eurasia area. If we get the deep quakes over in South America, we see more movement roll up on the mid-Europe part. If we get the deep quakes over in Indonesia, the pressure seems to go straight up and hit more right, like dead in China. So there's a lot of trends going on that I just can't quite show at this time all the way because I just don't have the data to show it. But I'm watching it and I'm recording it, so I will coming up soon. Just takes time to get all this data. I have to actually watch it and do it every single day.
Yeah, well done on that. Yeah, great work. I can see the correlation, no problem. And I don't know if you mentioned them just then, but yeah, I think you mentioned it before. But for tracking the weather, also it follows it. The weather starts behind it. Explain that a bit more for the people in chat, Juan.
Yeah. So what happens is, like, let's just use the example of what just happened as we rolled into our North American winter. What happened was there were, as I talk, I'm going to try to open it. There were a whole lot of earthquakes. Let me pull up the right map. So there was a whole lot of activity going on. And let me open it for you. And we'll look right at this one. Like I said, isn't that great? Because the USGS has an issue with not showing all the data. They don't put it all on their sites when it comes to their old data. Now, the new data, I'm actually going to 3 different sites to gather all this information because they've split it up and made it quite difficult. So if we look up here in Alaska, so let me remind everyone that blue is our shallower, or yeah, so 10, 50 kilometers or down. Yellow is a little deeper, orange is a little deeper, red's deeper, and purple is very deep. So we see the movement up here, and this is 1 week. No, this is I think the week before the solstice, yeah. So we see all this energy up here, and it's pushing down across the United States and across Europe, see it? And at that same time, we were getting all of our winter rolling in and our very cold weather and snow. I don't know about Europe and stuff. I'm assuming that they were as well, but I know for a fact the United States was. Places in the United States that don't normally get cold were getting cold and snow. I've seen people talking on chat about how Tennessee has gotten quite a bit of cold weather, and normally that's a warmer state. Now down here, if you see South America, it has went completely, sorry, my dogs are going crazy, completely with deeper quakes. And at the same time, it was rolling in their summer. So that might have some type of correlation as well as to whether the deeper they are, it's switching the seasons for sure, because we seem to have a lot of deep energy going on, at the solstices. I'll be able to tell more when spring hits, of course.
Yeah, just keeps rolling in, doesn't it, the data? And like you say, they're trying to hide the data.
Yeah, the guy on YouTube that actually teaches people about how earthquakes are predictable, he's had quite a few run-ins with the USGS, and a couple of the professors there, believe it or not, they come and troll him on his page. And he calls them out all the time for not reporting certain earthquakes in certain areas, because he has a lot of viewers that tell him, this happened, we felt it, we heard it, we know it happened. And ever since he's been doing that, they've actually been hiding more and more data.
Yeah, they're making it hard to find, that's for sure. I'll just screen share this a second. Have you finished one? Or do you want to carry on a bit more?
No, I'm done. That's about all I have. Yeah.
All right, I'll share this. If you look, what you're looking at here, guys, is the map again, obviously. But we're going to, if you can see my mouse, hold on a sec. I'm going to put my mouse on screen so you can see. Right, what we're showing you here in the north, east, northwest, southeast, southwest, the four corners of the 8x8 grid. These are the portals referenced in the book of Enoch. These are the locations referenced in the Bible, the angels in the north, south, east, and west. And I think there's also things in these corners here. So this is what we're, when we're looking at the magnetic data that Ceres is bringing in. Ceres is a bit snowed under at the moment with other work. When he comes back, we're going to hook up with him again and get the magnetic data, and we're going to overlay the magnetic data on the equinoxes and solstices, so we can see how what's kind of switching's going on, because it'll actually pinpoint where it's coming from. Like I said on one's work, there's a cross on the screen. You see where the cross is? These are going to be pointing in key locations on this grid, and this is things switching on and off. I know down here there's volcanoes and such, but yeah, so you've got Alaska, northeast Russia, and these two locations in Antarctica where all this switching is going on, and it's it's controlling the sun and moon's path across the center of our world. Basically, we've still got a lot of work to do on the sun and moon. We're not experts on the sun and moon yet, but we do know it's coming up from the south and going where it goes, and there's these halos which are located where these small dots are helping navigate the sun around various paths to where it's supposed to be. And as the switching going on and off, this path will change. Now, at the moment, there's a possibility we have two suns. Looking at the magnetic data, it's suggesting there's a sun rises here and sets down here, and there's one rises here and sets down over here. And all the magnetic overlays across Europe and such, it could be given as a, let's see, how can I word this? The sun might not be where we think it is because of these. We're looking through layers of magnetic data at where we think it is. But again, I'm going back to the projections from down below. These halos you see here, they're in the sky. We physically central, and 48 externally on these corners. So, but we know there's more than that. You know, the main gods list 266, and we do know there's ones in between these areas that aren't marked on the grid. So there could be more Nazca lines that show where the rest are. I'm not sure yet.
I was going to ask about the man-made CERN, the CERN devices that are throughout the world.
Yeah. Well, the CERN devices. Oh, go on. If you've got a question, yeah.
Well, I was going to ask if you had seen any activity in the Switzerland area that has the CERN, the massive one there. Was there any sort of peculiar activity of any kind?
If there is, it'll show him one's data, and I don't know if it's recording the depth correctly, but they'll be a lot shallower than these older ones. I think the one in Europe, I'm trying to think now how far down they've buried it. You know, it's not on the surface, it's below ground. I'm just not sure of the depth. It's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be 10 kilometers. It's going to be a lot shallower than that. All the modern ones will be at a shallow depth. If one picks up data from shallow depth, there's a good chance it's a modern reverse engineered CERN type unit.
Funny you say that.
You can call them angels, CERN units, gods, whatever you want to call them. You know, that name changes over time and with different civilizations, but it's the same technology doing the same job over and over. Carry on, man.
Right down at the very southern dot right there on the map in Australia, there are always a 0 kilometer that hits right there. And some of these blue ones are actually zeros. Most of them are around the 10 to 12 kilometer range, but there are some zeros mixed in there, which I always thought was kind of weird. I didn't understand it because I'm like, but that would be right on the surface almost.
Is that on that node there, is it? That one right there?
It's, yeah, that one right there. That's where a zero will always hit. Every time there is it's a zero.
That's probably where Ayers Rock is. So, you know, whatever's there might actually be shallow. Might be just below Ayers Rock.
Right, yeah. So,
yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be modern, they've just hid it under a large rock.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the man-made units. How many are there throughout Earth?
We know there's over 20 sites involved in it, but at the moment I don't know how many is actually being built. I know Texas has got one. There's one just off New York. There's one in Europe. There looks like there's work going on one of the Australian coasts that looks kind of suspicious. I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm not sure what they're building there yet. But I do know also in Australia there is a location where we've seen the sun jump across the sky. So it suggests to me there's an angel down there, and they're possibly trying to, you know, make a modern CERN unit to replace the one that's down. Because I'll go back to what I've been saying before. I think NASA's real role is maintenance and upgrading and reversing of this technology. And if this one's down, they're going to repair it or replace it with a more modern equivalent. I don't know if the other ones are playing a part in this grid, or is there some other sinister purpose behind their builds. But they're definitely not telling you what they are. You know, they're saying the particle accelerators. Technically, they're not lying, because this technology does create from it creates matter. You know, it's pulling all these elements out the air, and it's creating matter and putting it into the next. And this is what's creating the breadth that the Mayans mentioned there in their scripture. It's creating landmass, basically. You know, this is one of their roles. Other roles is, they generate winds. Lightning's now got an origin of coming from a halo. In certain types of configuration, they seem to create volcanoes. You know, there's a configuration among some of them where they definitely have, you know, they're responsible for these volcanoes. I mean, I'm sure it's either that one there or that one there's a volcano. One of these two here.
There's definitely a interconnection with everything that's going on. It's making more sense. You know, the more I look into this, it's just adding up real nice. You know?
Yeah, you know, if there was nothing there, I wouldn't be wasting my time with this. I wouldn't, but I've been looking for months and months, and the picture's just getting clearer and clearer all the time now. I'm not sure, you know, because we're putting it out in various updates and chats here and there. I'm not sure if everyone in chat or what have you is going to click on straight away what it is we're telling them. which I would then say go and watch some of our videos that we've made, and try and follow it through. The first one I made, it's like a 30-minute introduction to this kind of work.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
The video, the first video we released, it's like a 30-minute introduction to this kind of work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So what you're best doing is watching that, and then try and watch some of the ones we made after, and try and pick up what we're telling you. But what we're telling you is all the various scriptures from different religions are telling the same story, and it's all panning out to be this underworld and the above world. And what it looks like to us now, it's technologically driven, and there's switching going on, which is what one's tracking.
Yeah.
This earthquake pressure and data is this technology in operation.
How long is it for the first? Do you remember?
It's about 29 minutes. 29 minutes.
But is it just? It's not the Sun and Moon group, right? It's just the.
No, it's not Sun and Moon group. It's the 30-minute one I made myself, where I originally showed it there on yours.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we can show that those that haven't seen it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to show it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to run it? It'll take
really,
about 20 odd minutes.
Because really, it's to show that where we started. Well, has the research on it, and how far you have, been researching, basically. So it's a start where we all started.
Yeah, well, she's basically saying you've updated information, and we just want to get people up to speed with what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having said that, before we do that, though, I just had a quick question about the New Zealand activity. To one, you're saying that there's it's a very active spot. Why do you think that's going on there? You think there's some sort of certain device there, or there's a halo?
Well, honestly, I was just talking about this earlier, and I wonder, well, I don't know. It's got to be like some kind of a technology or something down there, because it's always hit with those deep quakes, and that is the place where there's two places that you get the deepest quakes, and north of New Zealand is one of them. And I'm talking the biggest I've seen now is actually 640 kilometers deep. I think before I had only seen myself like a 560 kilometers. Recently, I've seen a 640 kilometer deep one hit there.
Didn't they just have one?
Sorry?
Didn't they just have an earthquake not long ago?
Oh, yeah, they have earthquakes all day long. In my weekly ones, when I get, a little more, this will be my 4th week doing it. But I pretty much have to color the whole thing blue every week, because there's just so many earthquakes it just fills it up. And after it fills up, I just kind of leave it. I mean, what else am I going to do unless a deeper one hits? And then change the color a little bit. But other than that, it just fills up. It's completely swarmed out. The reason that I've heard other people say, and it is in the news, you guys can look it up, is that New Zealand is actually rising. Now, whether or not it's rising or maybe waters are receding would be probably another debate that I'm not really ready to go into right now, but sorry
to interrupt. Isn't it is the ring of fire, where it connects, where all the ring of fire they're always talking about?
It's not actually a ring, it's the equator line, really. It's a straight line across the world on the flat plane.
Yeah, but they always say that's what it is, the ring of fire.
Well, that's to support the globe. It makes a ring around the globe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the New Zealand is, it's like right on the edge. It's not really even it's not even in the ring of fire, really.
Right.
If you go look it up, you can look it up, and there's articles about, they call it Zealandia. The land is actually rising every year, and they're tracing it, and they just had an earthquake not too long ago that hit, and the land rose 6 feet from one earthquake. And there's videos showing people in New Zealand, being like, look, this land wasn't here yesterday. Now it's 6 feet up, and they're standing in front of it. So these deep, deep earthquake areas are literally rising the land. They really are. The pressure's coming in from the underside, and it's pushing it up. So,
Wow. Yeah. That's pretty awesome stuff.
yeah.
Yep.
Creating landmass as it goes.
Yeah. Well, it seems like, a lot of these where it's active with these halos, the land masses seem to be higher. Just like you said, like Antarctica has some really, really high elevations there. On your maps there, on the stuff that the maps that Series has given you that he shared.
Yeah, the elevation in Antarctica is a lot higher than the rest of the world. It kind of looks down on the rest of the world. And the highest mountain in the world is not Everest either. It's located on Antarctica. That's what Series elevation data showing. The highest mountain in the world is actually Antarctica.
Yeah, so then I also have another theory I've been working on, but I'll have to go to a whole nother site, of course, to track this one. But there's things called microquakes, and they actually roll across the plane all the time. And when they're registered as zeros and ones, which I found very interesting because that's the, code for the binary code. It's the code to create programs and such, right? And I just thought it was kind of weird that is a constant flow. And then as it starts to pick up, they get bigger and bigger. And that's when the energy's rolling through for, season change time or whatever. But we have this constant 0 and 1 code, energy flowing beneath us all the time.
Might be worth dropping them numbers into like a binary to ASCII converter, just to see what see if there's any equations pop out of that.
I don't know. That's.
I've thought that before. These crop circles, some of them are that intricate and point the finger at us at what we would call technology. It crossed my mind if they created GMO crops to try and eradicate this either nature or technology producing these crop circles. That's crossed my mind before.
Yeah. And then kind of off topic, but I read a magazine piece today and I was kind of looking through it to see what kind of propaganda, because I don't really buy magazines or anything, but there is a printer that will print out cooked food now. Have any of you heard of that? It's called a 3D printer. It's called a 3D food printer, and you put the ingredients in little test tubes inside of it, and you tell it how to make it, and it comes out prepared, cooks it as it's printing. So you want to talk about some GMO? I mean,
yeah.
Well, someone told me earlier they've put into their printer designs to create a bigger printer. So they can build a bigger printer by printing the larger parts.
Oh boy.
You print the 3D car soon.
Yeah, well, that blew my mind. I was sorry.
Crazy, isn't it? Where's it leading to this technology?
Yeah, I know. Next thing you know, you'll be printing out your girlfriend.
If not already, yeah. Hey, jumping back to the research anyway. Any questions from you guys on the panel or people in the chat on the main presentation or anything where one's been going through there? It's probably a lot to absorb one's data, but if you've been following...
I have a quick question regarding the world tree. You think that might be the tree that was talked about in ancient times, the tree of life, the tree that's at the center of the flat earth?
Right, the tree starts at 0.0 and it's the grid, it's the electricity. The 4 rivers are actually the 4 cardinal directions of energy, as far as I can see now. It's relating to technology, and the tree of life is this electrical energy. And it spreads out from 0.0. 0.0 being the creator of it, which, I think we missed the last one, but Santos identified it as Brahma, the creator. So whatever this technology at the heart of the being is, it's called Brahma. Or pick a religion. That name will change with different religions, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
That's the Garden of Eden at 0.0.
Yeah, I've heard him say that before. Yep. Yeah,
when you look through some of the scriptures, there's a lot of them put the the Garden of Eden at 0.0 at the centre of the world, when, well, you know, the North Pole, or what people's putting Mount Meru as the centre of the world, it's not correct. It's where we're finding it here on this grid. So, you know, see these, I'll say again, see these maps 0.0, the same location as the middle of this grid, the same location as One Conscience has traced biblical scripture to. And
Yep.
Google Earth, you know, it's in Google Earth, they call it 0.0. It's all pointing at the same place.
Yeah, I have another question for One Conscious about pressure changes. You were saying that the weather currents, it follows the movement with pressure changes. Is that what you were saying? Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, I can try. That one's still kind of new for me, but because I haven't looked into it as much.
Okay.
I've been really wrapped up with these quakes. So let me just show you the map of water. And what this is not weather. This is actually the water currents. I started on the weather and I really got wrapped up with these earthquakes. But anyway, so this is just transferred by my hand from the National Weather. I don't remember which site I went to, but it was one of those where they have the live feeds and the water, you know, flow and stuff. But so what you see is where it's swirling here. Let me find my pencil. So
I think the site is called NOAA. It's an acronym. I could be wrong though, but carry on.
yeah. So right here where it swirls, see that? These are spots that these are like our termination points. So we also have one here at our 0.0. It goes perfectly around it. It also starts the flow. You know, we have these really perfect spots, and they're the places that are getting hit all the time with these earthquakes. You know, right here, the pressure seems to go in several different directions. That's how the earthquake pressure goes as well. So that's what I'm trying to correlate, is that these water flows also follow this energy flow, these paths. They're set paths. And, you know, storms come along, and sure, it'll switch the current and this and that. But what I want to try to correlate is when the currents do switch and they are, you know, they go into a different direction, is the flow switching at that point also. So it's kind of an ongoing project.
Yeah, I've heard about that on the West Coast, where the current would go one direction and then it would change at a certain time of the year, like. And we all thought maybe it was because the Earth is a spinning ball and we're on an axis and all that mumbo jumbo, and you just kind of scratch your head and like, well, it kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure. You know, same thing with the East Coast, same thing. It changes direction.
I think it's the changing of the pressures. You know, the activating and deactivating.
Yeah, it makes more sense when you see it that way. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, thanks for.
Here's the ring of fire, guys. See it? It's a straight line. On this map, it's a straight line. You know, it's only a ring if you make a globe, so it'll wrap around the world. But yeah, that's your ring. That's what they call the ring of fire.
That's pretty cool. You showed that.
But if you look on the map we're using, that's your east to west alignment. It looks like it's live all the time, generating heat to me. Like it's always switched on. That's that's where you're getting in warm spots.
Do you guys see that video? I wish I could remember the name of the channel. They put a video up about the December 21st, the winter solstice lightning, and it was seen all throughout the world. There's cams that have caught it at a particular time, right at about the winter solstice, and it just like this jolt of energy was just shot throughout the whole plane, and it's recorded. Somebody put a video. I don't know how spot on it is, but it makes me think about what you guys are talking about, you know, things switching on and off and stuff like that.
That's all we can translate it to, really, the technology going on and off. You can see the signaling on that mimic map when it seems to activate certain things. The question there in chat off Ginger at Cat Size Return or FPV. You've said technology or angels being at certain points. If an angel, wouldn't that make it a fallen angel? Well, thinking about the word fallen, I think you should really replace that word with buried. You know, they've been buried below ground. It's all in the subterranean level. So fallen possibly means, you know, not fallen, but below ground. I think you have to go back to words they used in those times. They had more meanings for words than we have now. You know, fallen, whatever word they translated into fallen would be translated into buried, below ground, etc., etc. You'd have to look at that particular word. But that's how I would word it. It's not fallen as such, it's buried or hidden even, you know.
Yeah, but in the Bible, it describes fallen angels, which looks, well, like the angel that wanted to be stronger than our Heavenly Father, our Creator. That's why he got punished and thrown down to earth. And with his angels that followed him. So that's why they call them fallen angels.
Right, so they're the ones Scripture would probably call the evil or bad ones, like your Lucifer or Satan and such, yeah?
Yeah, but they're also called angels. No matter what, they were angels.
Yeah, well, I would call them all angels, you know, whatever it is that's running all this. We call them angels, the Mayans called them gods, other people call them deities, whatever you want to call them, really. That name's going to keep changing all the time. It's always doing the same. It's always doing the same role, and there's different configurations. You know, you have to look into what that story's really telling you. It's not telling you about, you know, like people fighting and arguing. It's about this technology being fine-tuned to work in harmony with the rest of them. They've all been like that story I mentioned earlier. The Mayans, the seventh god, realized that when a certain seven worked together, they started creating. So it's the union of all these working together is what's generating creation. You know, they were trying to create bread to the world. So this technology working in harmony with one another, they're doing exactly that role. So it's you know, it's translating to me as they basically were fine tuning things. They obviously named them, or you know, I don't know what the original names are. It seems to keep changing whichever script you're looking at. But it's always seems to be relating to that. And like I said, you have to look at the wording and how they're translating it and who's translating it. Even, you know, they must know all this exists because, you know, I think that's their real role. Obviously, you reverse engineer it with these CERN type units. So yeah, they know how it works and they're just keeping it to themselves. Really, that's what it's showing me.
So do you think...
Hi, all. How you doing?
Hello.
Good.
Hey, Dred. Welcome.
Hey, good to see
You
you
made
guys.
it. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Just chilling. See, this is what it looks like. We got hit by snow pretty hard here. I'll show you what... It's a little snowy. But my Mustang didn't have any snow on it, thank fuck. It was covered. Shit's melting off pretty fast, I think. But anywho, how are you guys doing?
Are you keeping up with
Pardon?
what we're doing here, Dred, yeah?
Am I sorry?
Are you keeping up to date with the research we're doing, yeah?
I'm trying to. I have a few questions about your map. I'm sure you've explained it half a dozen times already, but I'm still I'm still learning and figuring it out. Yeah, it's very interesting. I like what you're doing. I mean, it makes sense. But okay, so the Nazca Lines, where do you think? And I don't expect an answer, but where do you think they came from?
I think there were people mapping out how it worked in their time. You know, what I'm doing here is what it's what someone's done on a larger scale. They've worked out how it works, and they've made blueprints and left them carved into the rock for future generations to discover, I guess. That's what it looks like to me, anyway. Yeah, blueprints, you know, it's been mapped out. If you look on the seabed, the Google Earth, you'll start seeing telltale traces of certain things like that. You know, them lines aren't confined to Nazca. They go all around the world. It's been mapped out. So yeah, you know, that could be a previous generation of flat earthers telling their story.
Very interesting.
Whoever put them there, they were very technical and clever, you know. They are definitely blueprints.
I'm under a firm belief that there was an ancient civilization, people that were advanced, right? No, maybe not advanced in the sense of what we term to be advanced, a different technologically advanced race of people, right? Maybe perhaps that actually had true knowledge, like the knowledge that we're starting to uncover, they were masters of, probably, you know, perhaps melting stuff like melting granite into a liquid and reforming it, reforming it into these massive stones that we see perfectly side by side with each other. There's just so many of these technological feats that these ancient cultures had, right? And they're amazing, and we can't seem to duplicate them today.
Exactly.
So it makes you wonder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'll show you these. I don't know if you noticed them when I played it before. I'll show you these stones that the man's carved. Now, take a good look at the detail on these stones and what it's actually showing you. Can you see that? You see the gearing? It's blatantly obvious, isn't it? Look at the gearing there.
That's a gear, dude.
Yeah, look at those. You know, I've never seen these images before ever. I was just browsing for
a water wheel
today.
It could be driving electricity, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like a battery, some kind. I don't know.
I really hope they're authentic. You know.
Yeah,
it's hard to say. With
you look at the main, look at all the main carvings. You know, they're pretty technical. They haven't actually decoded the full language of theirs, or you know, these geoglyphs or hieroglyphs, whatever you want to call them. They haven't fully decoded them, or so they say. But you know, when you start seeing things like that, and you look at a lot of the carvings that they did, they're clearly they were very technically minded, in my opinion. They knew how the world worked. You know, that thing I read out earlier tells me they knew exactly how it worked.
Very cool. So, what do you suppose is above us in your model?
Above us is halos, various layers of halos that's controlling all the luminaries. What we see in the sky is a light show projected from below. Everything in the sky is projected from technology below. You know, look at CERN's configuration. You've got that big circuit below ground, yeah? Now imagine.
No, that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me as far as the stars go.
Yeah.
The sun and the moon. I don't know.
The sun and the moon
are something else.
It's the first layer. They're on the first layer. Well, their halos are on the first layer, I should say. What the sun and moon are, I have no idea. I just know they're following that first layer of halos and the grid lines. I couldn't tell you what the sun and moon are. I have no idea. I just know they're using these halos to navigate the skies, and everything else above that layer is doing exactly the same.
Huh.
You know, all the orbits, everything, they've all got their own layers, and their own paths to follow. That's what it looks like to me.
It kind of reminds me of the, you guys ever heard the, I don't know how to describe it, the map of reality, or how it's laid out, like how Santos Bonacci has laid out these layers of reality. I don't know how many there are, 7 or 8 layers of reality or something to this world. I'm not an expert on his work, but it kind of reminds me.
Santos must have been researching all the same kind of research, really, to get his conclusions. You have to look at all scripture, not just one, and that's what I've been doing in the last one.
Yeah.
I showed the links between the Vedic scripture on this grid. This one's about the main connection and how its gods relate to this grid. And, you know, the Christian one's panning out to be the same. Everyone's telling the same story, and it's all pointing at this grid. Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel from APM Research. This video is to help you identify the various parts of the halo we are seeing in our skies. This video by China Miss Jones captures what we call the vertical halo. It is a perfect circle around our Sun, and it is not always visible to everyone at the same time. This may be due to particulates in the atmosphere, chemtrails, distance, and even the angle it is viewed from. This video by One Conscience captures the horizontal halo where it is plain to see the Sun itself is attached to. We can relate this to Ptolemy's epicycles. Ptolemy not only factored in the Sun's movement, but also the object our Sun is attached to. Notice this capture has no nodes visible on the horizontal halo. This capture, also by One Conscience, captures what we call node 8. You will see over the course of this video there are 8 nodes total on the Sun halo. The reason it looks like this is because we are seeing it from a side profile instead of the bottom view we usually see. As the Sun comes down on the horizon, we start to see a different perspective of what we are really looking at. There are always 2 nodes very prominent on the horizontal halo, and these are where the vertical halo attached to it. Sometimes you can see 1 node, other times you may see 2. This is what some people confuse as 2 or 3 suns. Notice in this video we can see some of the horizontal halo's nodes visible. This now gives us this profile. Notice node 1 is very close to the Sun, and it is not visible due to the Sun's intensity. This is part 1 of a 2-part video, as there is more to see and do and add to this model of which I am recreating. The reasons we are seeing them is due to ice crystals in the atmosphere. They reveal the true nature of our Sun as the trapped frozen light particles try to interact with it. This of course highlights the true profile of what our Sun really is. An electromagnetic projection 90 degrees above its source. We are basically seeing parts of the inside of our Sun's projector. This is why they try to chemtrail our Sun to stop ice crystals forming, so you do not see this.
Okay, everybody, lie down on the floor and keep calm.
This is what KLF is about. Also known as the justified ancients of New Moon, furthermore known as the jams. Come on, boy, do you wanna ride? All aboard, whoa. Come on, boy, do you wanna ride? With a
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sites have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture, the exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints to the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second. Now, I've brought your attention to these files before and how it relates to our work and worldly workings. I'll read that part again. For producing very small particles in a tube open to air, for increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the high potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more, the maximum speed being no less than 350 miles per second. I think this is what we are seeing, guys. This is projection technology, which is roughly what our work is all being based upon. To delve deeper into this research, I recommend watching our 12 Gates video. This is research done by One Conscience and myself, and we give a more technical breakdown of the angel technology with many references and correlations. It also includes a voiceover by Santos Bonacci and references current particle acceleration work by Roger from Mudfossil University. Other subjects include those halos in the sky that mainstream lie as sundogs, the Eye of Horus was decoded, volcanoes, lava, and the sun's return path in the underworld. We will also be releasing a video soon entitled Wonderland. This is a more technical breakdown of how the angel technology works. So stay tuned, people. This is FPV out.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom center is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you, more surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is our faith because we choose it. Going on like baby, come on, close your eyes. What I show you goes beyond what we see. You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come and flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is our faith because we choose it. Roll on like
It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. A kind of magic. One dream, one soul, one prize, one golden glance of what should be. It's a kind of magic. One shaft of light that shows the way. No mortal man can win this day. It's a kind of magic. The bell that rings inside your mind is challenging the doors of time. It's a kind of magic. The way magic, 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 magic. blue sky. Please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue, we're so pleased to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, we're so pleased to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you.
From thence I went on towards the extremities of the earth, where I saw large beasts different from each other, and birds various in their countenances and forms, as well as with notes of different sounds. To the east of these beasts I perceived the extremities of the earth, where heaven ceased. The gates of heaven stood open, and I beheld the celestial stars come forth. I numbered them as they proceeded out of the gate, and wrote them all down as they came out one by one according to their number. I wrote down their names all together, their times, and their seasons, as the angel Uriel, who was with me, pointed them out to me. He showed them all to me and wrote down an account of them. He also wrote down for me their names, their regulations, and their operations. From thence I advanced on towards the north, to the extremities of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious wonder at the extremities of the whole earth. I saw there a heavenly gate opening to heaven, 3 of them distinctly separated. The northern winds proceeded from them, blowing cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. From one of the gates they blew mildly, but when they blew from the other 2 gates, it was with violence and force. They blew over the earth strongly. From there I went to the extremities of the world westwards, where I perceived 3 gates open, as I had seen in the north, the gates and the passages through them being of equal magnitude. Then I proceeded to the extremities of south, where I saw 3 gates open to the south, from which issued dew, rain, and wind. From there I went to the extremities of heaven eastwards, where I saw 3 heavenly gates open to the east, which had smaller gates within them. Through each of these small gates the stars of heaven passed on, and proceeded towards the west by a path which was seen by them, and that at every period of their appearance. When I beheld them, I blessed every time in which they appeared. I blessed the Lord of glory, who had made those great and splendor signs, that they might display the magnificence of his work to the angels and to the souls of men, and that these might glorify all his work and operations, might see the effect of his power, might glorify the great labor of his hands, and bless him forever.
The Bible tells us a story totally different from the one told in the theology. I just tell what I read, so no one told me what's going on. I just tell what I translate. And all the highest powerful priest in church knows perfectly what I'm going to tell, because these kind of things sooner or later must be told. They must be told. A lot of people thanks me, and a lot of people are very happy to know the truth, and are very happy to know the truth and thanks me that Adam and Eve are made by Elohim with genetic engineering. Elohim needed a race of workers, so they started to make experimentation on Homo erectus and Homo habilis until they reach and they arrive to produce Homo sapiens.
Welcome to Business Game Changers. I'm Sarah Westall. I have been completely enthralled by Mauro Biglino. He was a translator for the Vatican, and his message is that what was in the Old Testament, the Jewish book, is not what we think it is. And it was a whole story about how we were created, and cloning and genetic manipulation and all sorts of interesting things. And his claim that a lot, or if not all, of the Jewish rabbis know this, and that those that can speak Hebrew and understand Hebrew very well and do the research with the dictionaries and learn what these words really mean, they can also see that what he is saying is true. And so I, on my show page, and here I have links and for you to be able to look at that book. If you speak Hebrew, I wouldn't be able to know if it was true, but I would be really interested for those who can speak Hebrew and would want to put the work into this to be able to verify some of this information. It is information that I'm hearing from all over the place, and it would be really great if scholars came in and, like Mauro, and started to put this stuff together formally for people and tell them what's really written in these things. And I guess there's books all over the planet. You got to listen to this interview and hear what he says. It's the most enthralling, interesting thing I have heard in a while. And like I said, I've heard this from many people. It's just hearing it like this takes it to a new level. So before we get into that, I'm going to show you some more before and after pictures of what hydrogen water can do for you. I am so excited to be involved with C60 and hydrogen water because I feel so much better, and I know it can help so many people. I wish hydrogen water was free. I wish C60 was free. I think eventually it'll be additives of food. I think our water will all be hydrogenated and pH balanced so it's healthy for our body. We're starting to figure out how we work. And we have so many issues with food and things in our food supply and our water, all sorts of crap that we're bombarded with. And this could heal so many people. I feel so good about it. So here are some before and after pictures with hydrogenated, pH balanced water.
So here's a picture of someone with before and after who had chronic constipation. And here's another one with chemotherapy before and after. This is what sold me on Kagan water, hydrogen water, pH balanced water, is the fact that it totally cleans out your colon. That's where a lot of disease and problems occur in people, and cleaning out your colon for me is a big deal. And then the other thing is it neutralizes fluoride, which we all know is a big problem if you've done any study on fluoride